So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the day 4 training of ours on MS Excel. So I believe everybody settled down at their workplace and good to go. I believe my audio is reaching to everyone. Can somebody give me a heads up?
Yes, Master.
Yeah, thank you so much. So is there any doubt or queries before proceeding with our day 4? So whatever topics we discussed, I believe you have practiced well and got the hang on those topics. Fine then. So let's do one thing. Go to our sample case studies folder, and the file name is corporate case studies. We'll be going to resume from that file, whatever the some unfinished topics are there. As we decided, we are going to deal with the formula and functions in a row first, then we'll go for our charts and graphs. So please open the file naming called corporate case studies. And for your information that we have done up to the lookup sheet on that, the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, the basic formulas, how to use it in our routine activities, and what are the basic rules behind the same, that data should be in vertical, data should be in horizontal for HLOOKUP. In VLOOKUP, there should not be duplicate, and the same rule goes for HLOOKUP too. And the third rule, which is very, very essential for VLOOKUP, data flow has to be always left to right, and HLOOKUP purpose, data flow has to be top to bottom. So having said this, now we all are on the equal page and we are good to go to enhance our level up. So let's go for our next sheet, naming called advanced lookup. So I believe this screen of yours is having the same worksheet, advanced lookup. Please confirm by for yes in the chat box. All right. So now let me take you through the data first and what is the objective. First we'll understand, then we'll be working on the same. Suppose I take an example. My boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employee related information. So I gave my one of my T code in the SAP system and I download a report and I found near about 10,000 records comes in this format, like employee ID, employee name, department they belong to, what is the role they play, and how much is the salary. Complete picture is there. And having 10,000 records. Assume 10,000 people are working in our organizations. All right. So now, the moment when I presented this data to my boss is saying, this data is of no use for me, you keep it with you. What I am looking for is, I'm just looking for a template. Design a template for me in such a way whenever I go and type any of the employee ID in the template, this should be the template. And whenever my boss is going to type any of the employee ID, there is corresponding detail should immediately pop up. Like for say example, if he goes and type employee ID 004, who is that person from the master data? You can check Mr. D should come here. What's his department? Legal should come over here. What's the role he plays? Manager should come over here. And what is the salary? This much, it should come over here. So this is what he's expecting from me. All right. So I believe the objective is clear. So how to deal with that? What should be your move? How to present my information matching the requirement? Any ideas? Any opinions on the same? Anybody?
Yes, using VLOOKUP will bring us the results.
Okay, VLOOKUP, very good. So we'll be going for VLOOKUP. So how did you take a call that you should go for VLOOKUP? My question is, why not HLOOKUP?
Because we have data available in, I guess if we pick up the data column wise, then it will just get all the data here.
Right. So as we discussed, our data satisfies the first rule. for VLOOKUP. Like the data is in vertical format in my master data, employee ID. Here also in the templates also, I am having my employee ID in vertical format, because if my boss is going to look for some more results for the employee IDs, he will go and keep on typing in this column only. Am I right?
Correct.
So here the data is in vertical, and in our template also data will be in vertical. That's why our data purpose, our template purpose, VLOOKUP is the right formula. This is how we take a call. Very good. Now, how to apply the formula? So what should be the formula? Is equal to VLOOKUP. I'm trying. Okay, please give me a helping hand. What I'm supposed to type now? Next element.
That's P11,
Okay, great.
comma,
Okay.
and then we need to select the range.
Are we following the right track?
Table item.
Are we following the right track? What we have learned from the training, are we implementing the same? When we took up the, when you took the lookup value, when I copy this formula towards right, lookup value should not move right. Do you agree?
Correct.
So what we're supposed to do?
Lock it.
Right.
Alt F4.
Right. Just a function F4 or F4, depending upon the keyboard of your brand, your laptop you are using. All right, fine. Next, what's the next element?
The table array.
So table array. So table array, we are looking for name or we are looking for everything?
Everything.
So we can take the entire table array.
Yep.
So this range should not move right or move down.
Correct.
So we should lock it.
Lock.
Great. Next.
And then column index number.
Mhm.
0.
What is the column index number I'm supposed to provide over here?
Should be 1, 2, 3.
Row address of
5.
5. How can it be? How can it be row
Right.
address? When it is asking column index number, how can you give the row number?
column.
Yeah. So we have to understand how many columns we have in this border area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So name is in which column in that border area? Name is in second column. So I should define 2. Okay, comma. So as we know, then as I told you, true, false, approximate match, exact match, forget about everything. How VLOOKUP ends up with?
0.
What is the significance of 0? It's an exact match or one-to-one match. Bracket close. The moment I hit the formula for rest of the cases, what is the shortcut? Control enter. So what happens? What we are getting? We are getting all the places the name. Why? Because everywhere the column index number is 2. So basically what we need to do, if you go for department, I should change to 3. If I go to position, I need to change it to 4. If I go to salary, I need to change it to 5. Then only I will get my right answer. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. Now, this is what the practice we have. What we are discussing, that is what the practice we have. And we don't mind going to each and every column and editing the formula over there to get our solution. Now, are you comfortable doing the same? Going to each and every column, editing the formula, changing the column index number. Do you think that this might be a right option? So when we are not comfortable doing the same, definitely Excel doesn't recommend for that also, correct? So what is the practice we have? We need to stop. So how to make some improvements on this? So the objective is now, when your lookup value is matched, instead of getting a particular column data, how to get multiple columns data at once. That is what the objective. So in this case, one thing you have to just ensure that whether my data is in sequence, Like in my master data, if you see the order, name, department, position, salary. And I am also looking for in my template in the same sequence, name, department, position, salary. If that is the case, and I am ready for VLOOKUP, what should be the column index number for name? So in my master data, name is in which column? In my master data, name is in which column? Anybody's mic is on. Could you please mind making on mute? If you have
Prabhas,
any,
you're not audible at all today. It's very, it's very feeble. The sound is very feeble.
just a second. Give me a minute, people. Let me check my bandwidth connection and all those things. If there is some glitch, is there?
To me,
Definitely.
it's all good.
Okay. That's what. Before coming to a conclusion, I should confirm from my end. Well, Sirisha, from my side, might be some internet glitches would be there, or the bandwidth speed is not adequate. So please check it out. Or probably you can log out and log in. No problem.
Prabhas, for me, you're very clear.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling, because I checked also internet connectivity. From my side, everything is adequate. There is no glitches and it's proper data
It
packets.
was me, Prabhas, Pallavi.
Okay,
I log in again.
please do that. If the problem persists, I'm holding for 1 minute. You please log in again, no problem. So Param, is it for the same problem for you? I'm not audible to you. You mean to say? Okay, okay, fine then.
Better.
Okay, great. So Sirisa, how is it now the status? Is it audible to you?
Prabhas,
Yep.
for me, you're very clear. It is clearly audible.
Okay, great. Fine then, people. So we are good to go. So what I was saying is, when you look at our sample case studies over here, the data, what we have downloaded, the entire master data, if you see name, department, position, salary, with the same sequence also, we are looking for our data. So data is in sequence. Now, if I go for VLOOKUP, name, if I'm looking for, what should be the column index number? In my master data, name is in which column? If you see, out of that, second. So my VLOOKUP purpose, column index number will be 2. Department, which column? Should be 3. Position should be 4. Salary should be 5. So do you agree with this? This is supposed to be our column index number. Do you agree with this? This is not related to our template. This is for the understanding I'm creating. So do you agree with this? If I go for VLOOKUP formula, my column index number is supposed to be like that. Right. So now the question is, when we have got the data in sequence and the data is in order, data is in chronological order, then how to go ahead and get our answer at once. So instead of repeatedly using the VLOOKUP formula, with one VLOOKUP formula itself, how to get the answer. See the beauty. Please stay focused for 1 minute what I'm doing. Try to understand each and every element. Then next 1 minute you can try. Okay, first watch my screen, please. As the practice we have developed, first we'll select the entire solution area. I'll go for is equal to VLOOKUP. Why VLOOKUP? We know that since the data is in vertical format. Lookup value, first element, lookup value. Lookup value is by employee ID. Now see how to design your template. So when we know I am going to copy this formula towards right, A11 should not move to B11. But who knows, if my boss is looking for furthermore some employee IDs, he will keep on typing in A12, A13, A14, A15, something like that. And when he's going to type on a simple drag of formula, the result should be on. This is what definitely anybody will be expecting. Do you agree with me? Right now, I am looking for only one, but my boss is supposed to type some more further employee IDs. He's looking for result at once. He will be simply dragging the formula. So my formula should be efficient enough in such a way, whatever the situation, it should give the result. Now, When I copy this formula towards right, A11 should not move to B11. But when I copy this formula towards down, A11 should move to A12, A13, A14, A15, something like that. So which is sounding common when I see the movement 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So which one sounds common? A. What is A? A is the column. So we have understood our data is moving within a column. So instead of locking a cell, we should lock only the column. This is what we learned in our date diff formula. If you remember, in our day one, we have discussed about the date diff formula, right? Now, comma. What's the next one? Table array. So table array is the master data complete table because we are looking for everything. Name, department, position, salary. And this range should not move down or move right. For that reason, no movement F4 once. Now, comma. Column index number, it was having a trouble. So column index number, we have understood the moment we discussed this job to do manually that we need 2, 3, 4, 5. But we cannot define all these three put together over here, 2, 3, 4, 5. And either we could go to each and every cell and edit the formula, change the column index number one by one. So in this situation, how to handle this? If you remember in our day one, the formula when we discussed about the large and small formula for vendor evaluation purpose, we have used our K value 1, 2, and 3. How did you generate those K purpose 1, 2, 3? We have denied to take the helper column. So we have taken a formula including large and small. What was that? Anybody? Can you recall? There we use the row formula. If you remember, row formula, right? Because there we were looking for our values in the rows, but here we are looking for the values in column. So here instead of row, we'll be using a formula called column. Like row formula gives the row number as the answer, column formula will be giving us column number as the answer. Now, which column number it is going to give me? Just look at my screen. So here, if you look at which column we are trying to type the formula, where the dark gray color starts in the column B. Can you see column A to column B? So we are typing our formula in column B. Do you agree? We are typing our formula
Yes.
in column B. So column B, B is an alphabet, but technically if you count, what is the number? 2. And is this the same number we are looking for? So
Yes.
my column formula is nothing but it is going to generate the column number, and that is nothing but my column index number for the VLOOKUP formula. So my column formula is going to generate me the column index number. Now let me just confirm immediately. When I select my column formula, is it giving me 2? Yes, absolutely right. And now, as we know, VLOOKUP formula, how it ends up with? It ends up with 0. We know the significance of 0 to make it happen as one-to-one match or exact match. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for the rest. Shortcut, Control Enter, and we got the things ready. So this is how people, whenever you go for application of VLOOKUP formula and you have got lookup value matched, and you need to bring multiple column values at once and it is in sequence, you can always go for application of this formula naming called VLOOKUP with column combination. So please go and give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know. Hope the concept why we used column, is it clear? Okay, so this has confirmed. How about others people? If you have any different sort of opinion or questions running in your mind, feel free to ask, because these are the things we need the most. When you go and create this templates, summary report, tabular report, you will be needing these formulas. So you can avoid the duplication of work, one shot, one time investment. You can create a template also ready. And every time you don't need to keep on changing the template formulas.
Prabhas, it is not working. I don't know where am I going.
Could you please share your screen? No problem. You can check.
Are you able to see
Yeah,
my screen?
could you please select the entire solution area?
This one, is it?
Yeah. Okay. You are selecting that. Fine, no problem. Because you have made a $11, so it has made your lookup value as row constant, whereas you need to make column constant.
Okay.
So first one, you just go to A11 instead of $11. Yeah, so that's what I told you. You please select from the cell so that entire thing can be done at once. Escape, I'll tell you how to rectify escape. Yeah, you select everything, the solution area, like all this B, C, D, E. No, no, not from the formula bar, not from the formula bar. Escape. Select the cells. Yes, absolutely. Then go for formula bar if you want to operate from formula bar. Yes, everything is fine now. Only control enter. Control enter. Yeah.
Yes.
So I believe everybody is clear, people. Any doubt, any other queries in VLOOKUP with column combinations application? Okay, great. Now, let me take this scenario one more time. Let us analyze the same situation, people. Please stay focused. Now, suppose say this is what our friend Amit has presented to our friend Dharmin. Okay, so I'm taking two names again from our group, Amit and Dharmin. Is there any objection?
No objection since they were.
Okay, thank you so much. Because it's a day before, so I thought better to take the disclaimer before coming to the conclusion. Anyway, so now the moment I'm friend Amit is presenting the same. First thing, when Amit is presenting to Dharmin, this is a template. So template, we cannot create a sample data like this and we can send it across. So template, ideally, it should remain blank. So when I go and delete my employee ID, you could notice that my entire formula is now in trouble. It is showing some kind of error, #NA. And why this error is coming up? Because of data absence. But I cannot just retain the errors like this in the template and ask my people to just read this all. So that is not looking good again. And this is not the ideal way to present your templates. So how to manage these errors? So any point of time, if you have a formula and formula is driving or giving some errors over here, then we have to do one thing. That error, formula driven error, can be controlled with one formula called if error. What's that? If error. Just watch my screen, no need to be worried about. Let me help you in understanding the formula. See, if you look at my screen, first, our VLOOKUP formula will be processed by Excel. Step one, VLOOKUP formula. And if VLOOKUP formula gives an error in step two, our if error formula will be applied. Now, since we have already declared if error formula to be applied, then in place of those errors, whatever we want, we need to also define after this VLOOKUP formula. Okay. So here, how to define? By giving a comma within two double inverted quotes, 0, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable, anything you can write it, but that should be with two double quotation marks. Now, since it is a template, What is the treatment? What is supposed to be? It should be blank. So for blank purpose, I told you in day one itself, what should be the key for blank purpose? Anybody, if you recall? To retain the cell as blank, we should go for two double quotation marks.
Double quote.
Right. Two immediate double quotation marks, no space, nothing should be there within that. So that itself, it is a self-implied message that this is going to be remain as a blank cell. Formula is ready only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Control, enter. And you could see now, as long as there is no data over here, formula remains silent. Now tomorrow, when our friend Dharma is going to type something over here, immediately he is going to get the results. So this is how people we have understood that if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula and the formula driven errors can be treated well. So please give it a try. Any difficulties to let me know. Shirisha, could you please keep your mic on mute? If you have any questions, you can unmute and ask because it is creating some background noise. Thank you. Yeah, so Param has confirmed that this is clear if error with combination of VLOOKUP and column formula, how it is giving the result. How about others? Friends, could you please help me by quick sending a text in the chat box? Okay, Dharmin, very good. Thank you so much. Well, Pallavi also done. Satish, what is the status? Okay, good. Shirisha? Okay.
Yes, Prabhas.
Great, fine. Now let us go and analyze this situation for one more time, people. Please stay focused with my audio line and watch my screen. See, the moment when we delete this employee ID, and this is how our friend Amit has presented this template to Dharmin. Now Dharmin is just watching the template and he immediately types the data something like this. Now this is not working. He got panicked. Now, immediately Dharmin has called up to Amit and saying that, what kind of template you have given to me? It is not working. Now, Amit has no idea where the thing it has gone wrong because he has checked twice before sending this file to Mr. Dharmin. Now, what happened over here? Amit has to leave his day-to-day task, whatever he is doing. He has to come back to Dharmin's laptop. And when he is watching, then only he can understand there is a mistake in typing the data. So in this entire situation, when Amit is leaving his task, he has to come back to someone's other's place and the workplace and then explain whose premium time is being wasted. Yes, Prince, whose time is being wasted? Being an audience, is it Amit's time or is it Dharmin's time?
Everyone's.
Fine. So definitely, technically, both the time, both of the person's time is precious because at the end of the day, they are spending time for the organization, right? So in this case, whose mistake is in this? If I talk in Amit's perspective, whose premium time is being wasted? Amit's time is definitely being wasted over here, but who is held responsible for that?
The person who is applying.
Obviously. So when Amit has created the template, no doubt is his mistake only because we know one thing, the corporate truth, and truth is always bitter. What is that? Boss is always right. We cannot blame our bosses at any point of time, isn't it? So definitely, if you ask me, I would say it's Amit's mistake. The reason, Who has given the opportunity to type the data over there? Amit has given. So what you have understood from the entire story, whenever you create a template, people give the least options to the users to type the data, because the more the options you give to human being is to error. We know that very well. So how to control these errors to happen, how to prevent these errors to happen, the better way to manage creating a drop down. So now we'll see how to create a drop down list, and the people will be having only one choice, except choosing from the drop down. They will not be having any other rights to type or doing any other entry over there. So what you can do, keep your cursor in A11 cell, and the moment when you go for our data, there is an option called data validation. After text to column, you have the option data validation. I'm just highlighting. Within that, you see one data validation option is there. You can click that. And the moment you click it, you will be finding a dialog box comes up where settings is the first tab, validation criteria, there is a drop down and it is showing allow. So it's any value by default. Go for the drop down. Since we need to create a list, we need to choose the list out of that. And once we declare that we are going to create a list, there is a source box opened on the screen and it is demanding to create a list. Where is your data? So the data is over here in A3 to A7 cell over here. And this is what we have defined. This is my data and job is done. Now, the moment we go and click OK, with immediate effect, you can see a drop down is created and only the person has the choice to just click on the drop down and choose a particular employee ID, and things will become more dynamic. So any point of time now our friend Darmin has to check, he can simply click on the employee ID number and the data will be there. So this is how we have managed our errors to control over here. And errors is not going to happening at all because the person will be having a choice only to do the drop down. Now suppose say our friend Darmin has not happened to see the drop down and immediately tries to type something of his own, then this is not responded to, this is not accepted by Microsoft Excel. So this is how people we have understood in our scenario one how to create a drop down list and making our formula more dynamic. So please give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know.
Prabhas, can you repeat?
Yeah. So keeping the cursor in A11, going to your data menu, option data validation, next to text to column, you'll be finding there's an option called data validation. If you navigate inside, data validation will be coming up. If you click it, it shows a dialog box. In that, settings tab is there, and there is a drop down showing allow. It will be showing no any value by default. You need to go to the drop down and navigate and choose the option list. And once you choose the option list, there is a source box open for you. Keeping the cursor in source box, you got to go and select your total employee ID list. And then click OK. Your dialog box will be closed and drop down box will be on. All right. So I believe situation one or scenario one is clear for everyone. Any doubt, any queries? All right then. Now we'll go for our scenario number 2. So here you can see for information, same master data we are going to use. And here we are looking for the data related to employee ID 003. So if that is the case, then how to get our answer? So here, as we discussed already, when the data is in sequence, like here name department position salary, here also name department position salary. So what we have learned, VLOOKUP with column combination is going to work. So we'll go for is equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value. And as I told you, we'll be making it ready for the next level also. So column lock, table array, this is my data, should not move down or right. So enter range lock, comma, column index number. So as we discussed, when data is in sequence, we can use VLOOKUP with column combination. So when I go for my column combination over here, column, open bracket, close bracket, comma, how we end up with VLOOKUP formula? With 0, bracket close, control enter. So now the problem starts. In previous case, it was working, but right now it is not working. And it is also showing an error, that to a different error. So what is the error about? Is the hash reference. Earlier it was hash NA. So hash NA was because of data absence. But hash reference, what is the significance of this type of error? It is showing that entire formula is absolutely correct, but only thing is it is unable to refer the column properly, unable to refer the column or row significantly, whichever it is. So since we are in VLOOKUP, our reference column would be definitely a column. If we were working with HLOOKUP, reference row would be a row, definitely. So here, why there is a problem with the reference column? Let's go and discuss. Now, as we discussed, if you see which column we are trying to type the formula, where is the dark gray color starts with? If you see in the column headers, it starts from column H. So our formula, we are trying to type in column H. Do you agree? So what is the number of column H? H is the alphabet, but if you start counting from A to H, what is the number? H?
7.
7 or 8? 8 1. So column formula is now going to give me as number 8. But technically, in our master data, name is in which column?
That's second.
Second. Column formula is giving me 8, but my data is in second. So this is the trouble. So if I go and select my column, if you check, this is going to give me 8. Can you see that? So now we know what is the basic mathematics. So when I know column formula is giving me 8, if I go and deduct with -6 over here, automatically, this is going to give me the result. And this is the rectification we have done only with one cell. Need to apply for rest, control enter. See the beauty? So 2 minutes back when the situation was not favorable for me, but when I now change my column index number a little bit, adjusting the column number, it is going to give me the result. So this is how people, what we have understood, when the data location is changing, data is shifting, or you are trying to apply VLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets, two different Excel files, sometimes we need to slightly adjust the column index number. The rest of the logics are same. And this is what about our scenario 2. So any doubt or queries, please feel free to ask. Give it a try.
Prabhat, this scenario 2, this -6, can you give me an idea again? I got a bit confused.
Sure, no problem.
It's
See,
like reducing the number of rows from column
no,
row number 2.
no, not row. We are not dealing with row at all. See,
Okay.
scenario 1, is it clear what we did scenario 1?
Yes.
Right. So here we have taken 2, 3, 4, 5. That is for your understanding. I had created earlier, if you remember.
Yes.
Right. So since the data is in same sequence, we have taken VLOOKUP with column because here also in scenario 1, my data is in column number 2 only. That's why we taken the column number as it is. correct? Because column formula by default, it gives me the column number. So since we are in column number 2, I am getting 2 direct options, and this is what we were looking for, right?
Correct.
But here, if I go for column, which column I am in right now? H. So if I go for column formula, what is the column number it is returning me? 8. So that's the reason why when I'm going for my data, my name is there in the master data in the second column. Do you agree?
Yes.
So my column formula is already giving me 8. So how to give 2 as the answer? Simple. I'll go
6
for
minus
minus 6.
8 minus 2.
Right. And the same when I go for apply the same for the rest, 2, 3, 4, 5 automatically changes when I extend my formula towards right.
Mhm.
That's
Now,
the thing.
now I get it.
Yeah,
Now I get it.
yeah.
Thanks.
Welcome. Hope it is clear for everyone, people. Could you please confirm? All right. Now we'll proceed to our situation number 3 or scenario number 3. So here, let me take you through the scenario first. Here we are looking for same employee ID 005, but we are no more looking for the name first. First, we are looking for department, then salary, then name, then position. If that is the case, then how to deal with. So again, as we know, that data is ready for VLOOKUP, no doubt about it. But if I want to go for VLOOKUP, department in my master data, which column it is?
2, 3.
So if I go for salary, what should be the column index number?
5.
Name
2.
and position 4. So this is supposed to be my column index number. This is for the understanding I'm creating. This is not technically required also. Okay. Now, if this is the situation, the first thing we should ask ourselves, 3, 5, 2, 4, is it a sequence? Is it an order? This is a chronological order. Do you believe that?
No.
So since this is not a chronological order, VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. Do you agree? Since our data is not in sequence, our data is not in order, so VLOOKUP with column combination is definitely not going to help us.
That's
Right. Now, second option. Can we do the cut paste work of the columns to adjust the series and bring the same with the same order? Can we slightly cut paste our columns and bring it to a series or sequence form? That can be done.
it can be done. Yes.
But is it an idle process, you believe? Cutting and pasting the columns? Now we have got maximum 4 to 5 columns, and we can see that order, we can establish that order. Now take an example of the real-time situation. When you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there are 50 or 60 columns are there. And if you want to just adjust the columns in the series or order, somewhere you will be lost also. Could be the case. So this option is also ruled out. We are not supposed to do like that. Now, option number 3. Do you believe that VLOOKUP has the power to get the column index numbers automatically when I exceed the formula or when I extend my formula to the right? 3, 5, 2, 4. Do you believe that VLOOKUP takes the number automatically? That's also no. So we have no other option left. Then how to deal with? So basically, in this case, my friends, what we need to do is we need to add more power to the VLOOKUP. Now, what is that power about? Let's go and discuss that first. So kindly work along with me. Just leave 3 to 4 cells down and type a text naming called Jan and drag it up to December. Now, the moment you go for up to December, no need to do anything. Just watch my screen and focus on my question, please. In this highlighted block, how many cells we have? If I ask you, what is the position of May out of that 12 cells? What is the position of May? What will be your answer? How did you come to know about its fifth? Because we started counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2, like that. The moment we proceed to March or April or May, result turns up for May is 5th. So this is what we manually did. Now the same thing when you happen to do the job in Excel, Excel will be using a formula naming called match. Now what match formula does, please stay focused. 1 minute, look at my screen, please. This demands me lookup value. Like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP also demands me lookup value. Match also asks me lookup value. So I told you lookup value, what does it mean? What we have with us to search. We have got May month to search. Yes. Now what it demands me? Lookup array. But if you remember our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP formula, what was they were demanding? Table array. So there is a difference we need to understand. When any formula asks you about array or table array, is nothing but the combination of your rows and columns. I repeat, when any formula demands you array or table array, it is nothing but the combination of your rows and columns. If your formula demands you lookup array, it can be either a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. So in our case, our data, how it is appearing in a complete column. That's why the lookup array is nothing but Jan to December, comma. Now what is that it is asking? Match type. As we have been following for VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, everything, how we are going for the match type? We always go for exact match, and exact match always ends up with 0. Fine. Now, automatically, this is going to give me the same number what we have identified manually. Now, what match formula does exactly? Taking the cell value as an input, it finds out the cell location or cell position as the number. So if I go and change May to September, this is going to give me 9. If I go for December, this is going to give me 12. If I go for Feb 2, if I go for May, it's 5. So this is what basically our match formula. So please give it a try with the match formula and have an understanding. Are you getting the same answer what I'm showing on the screen? Well, Amit and Satish, they have confirmed they are clear with our match formula. How about others? Any doubt, any queries with match formula? So understanding the concept of our match formula, I request you just remember only one line. That match formula always gives the answer in number. Match formula always gives the answer in number. For the timing, you remember this. Okay. Now let us go back to our situation. Now here, our major problem is finding all these numbers. Do you agree?
Prabhas, it isn't working for me.
Okay. Could you please share your screen? Match I-19, okay, May. G16 to G16 to G12, okay. So maybe some extra space would be there. In May, just check in the I-16 or I-19, yeah, I-19, I-19 cell, just above cell, above cell. Yeah, there is some extra space maybe there. While typing by mistake, something it would have happened. Just check it out. Yeah. All right. Fine then. So we believe now that everybody is clear with our match concept. Now let us go for finding the solution. So as we discussed, our problem is lying finding all these numbers. And we know now the match formula gives answer a number. So instead of taking this VLOOKUP with column combination, can we take VLOOKUP with match combinations to get the result? Let's see. So no need to do anything, just look at my screen. I'm doing on behalf of all. So VLOOKUP. Lookup value, we know our employee ID. And this, we should lock it as a column lock so that it will be ready for the next level. No problem, comma. Table array. So table array, as we discussed, the entire data we are looking for, and that should not move down or move right. So F4 once, comma. Column index number. This was the trouble as we discussed. So this is going to be solved by our match formula. Okay, now give your entire focus to match. Forget about VLOOKUP formula. Now give your entire focus to match. What it asks me, lookup value. So now what is going to be our lookup value? Yes, people.
The name, department name, position, etc.
Okay. So lookup value. What did I say? Lookup value. Lookup value, I told what we have with us to search. So we have technically employee ID with us, right? So this is our lookup value, but that we have already given to VLOOKUP, isn't it? So we have nothing, but we have something. What is that? Taking the department header as a lookup value, can we search in my master data in the first row item as a lookup array? Can we do that? So taking the lookup value as department header, lookup array is nothing but, I told you, either a complete column or a complete row. So in our master data, how our headers are arranged in a particular row. Now, if you see that dotted ant marks, the green colored arrow over here, this kind of array, how many cells are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, department we are looking for. So department is in which position? Third. So my match formula is going to give me 3 that we anticipate, but we need to complete the formula. As we know, when I take up this lookup array, when I copy this formula towards right, this array should not move right or move down. So we need to lock it, comma. Match type, as we discussed, how the match type supposed to be all the time exact match. Now this is going to give me a number and we believe that this is going to give me 3. Let's go and check that. Is it going to give me 3? Yes, we are getting that, not a problem. So now match is doing its job. Okay, but we are working with VLOOKUP formula. So VLOOKUP, how it ends up with, comma, VLOOKUP ends up with 0. So we have to define 0, bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell. Need to apply for rest, control enter, and our problem starts. What is the problem? We have done so many things, but answer is not coming. So where is the thing it has gone wrong? Match is giving the result. We cross-checked. Lookup value is column lock, perfectly defined. Table array is locked, no movement is happening, everything is fine. Sometimes this kind of situation also comes, people. So in that case, do not break your head, do not be panic, do not waste your time. Just one time, go back to your data set and check, is there any problem in my data? Let's go and check. So if you see this employee ID cell, how many characters it is available, it seems?
6.
So if I go and technically check with len formula, which helps me finding the number of characters available in a cell, it gives me 7. So what is the message you received? There is some unwanted space or unwanted character is available in that particular cell. But how to remove that? There is a formula called trim, which will be helping me that going to remove the unwanted spaces from the data. And once it is clean, if I go and check now with the same len formula, is it going to give me exact number of characters, whatever it is available? So len formula helps me calculating the number of characters available in a cell. Our trim formula helps us in removing all the unwanted spaces from a cell. Hope these two formulas are clear.
Yes.
Now the question demands, you can ask me a question in return. Prabhas, do I really need to go and create a new column and over there typing a formula called trim, clean the data, then after the data is clean, then only I can go and apply this kind of formula? Yes, this is what our experts suggest us to do the job like this, but we are not supposed to do that. See, this is for the understanding I have created. But technically, when you come to know you got some data problem with the data, you don't need to be worried about. What we are going to do, we will make our formula efficient enough in such a way. It will first clean the data, and that clean data will become the input for VLOOKUP, and it will be giving the desired result. See how. Now kindly look at my screen. In this entire formula, which is uncleaned, we have identified.
Yes.
Which one? Which element?
That's the identity.
Is this the same?
Yes.
This is uncleaned, right? Now what we are going to do, the same we are going to retain with a formula called trim. So what we were doing separately, but now we are going to combine within the formula. So first, my trim formula will work. It will clean G11. It will remove the unwanted space. That will become the lookup value for VLOOKUP. And we know match is already doing its job. Formula is ready. Only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Control Enter. See the beauty. So even though the data is uncleaned, still we could get our answer. So this is how this kind of formula is going to be more powerful, people. So please give it a try and understand the concept, because most of the cases, this kind of formula we need in our routine activities. So any doubt, any queries is there, please feel free to ask. Is it working? VLOOKUP, match, trim, combination. So these are called nothing but our nested formulas. Okay, so Dharmin and Satish has confirmed. How about the others people? Could you please help me? Okay, Param also done. Very good. Amit, what is the status?
Prabhas, actually, I'm still working on it.
No problem.
So,
No problem. If you have any challenge, do let me know.
Prabhas, actually, I have a question here. So,
Please.
I have a space just after the employee ID, but it's still picking it up correctly without the trim logic.
Well, I will tell you where is the, I mean, why it is taking. Could you please share your screen? So if you see the formula, you just select the solution area completely. Yeah, completely. You can see you have closed the formula with match itself. So VLOOKUP, you have not given an exact match. That's why it is assuming since the data is in sequence and it is taking over here. But technically, this is not going to work in all the cases. And as for logic, VLOOKUP also ends up with 0 with exact match. So before just simply defining a close bracket for VLOOKUP, you should go for comma with 0. Now control enter. So when you go for control enter, then you realize go for the others. G11, A2 to E7, F2, control enter or control R.
Control I just control. The space. All right, there is
You removed the space manual. That's
yeah,
yeah.
back on it.
Yeah.
Now I can apply it.
Right. Control enter.
Select all of them.
Yeah.
And then I need to
Okay. You're not sleeping. All right.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Fine then, people. So I'm taking the control back on the screen. I believe everybody has got the same answer properly. And Pallavi, Shirisha, status, please. Okay. Okay. Fine then. So now we have understood the scenarios. If this is the case, then how to deal with, and how this VLOOKUP with column combination gives you a result, and if error is the formula can be combined with any formula. And whenever we are applying this formula VLOOKUP between two different sheets and the data is in sequence, columns little bit needs to be adjusted. And VLOOKUP with match, this is really making a powerful formula. And if you are looking for the data in two-dimensional, something in vertical, something in horizontal, it is going to give me the result properly. Now, with this, we'll go for our next sheet over here, naming called nested if. So we are going to discuss the logical formulas of our Excel. Okay. And over there, this is mostly needed in our routine activities whenever we go and create some kind of assessment matrix, or we have some ready-made slabs in case, and if you want to find out the data variables falls in which bucket from the multiple variables you want to check, again we have to end up with this kind of logical formulas. So we are going to discuss in detail now. So we have seen a glimpse of that in our day one, but right now we are going to discuss in detail. So we have a score. You can see the first case. We have a score. We need to check if the person scores greater than 50, results should be pass, else fail. So if that is the case needs to be checked, then here in the formula, what should be the formula? We should type a formula is equal to if, what it demands me, logical test. Logical test purpose, I need to depend on a cell which is containing the value. Then what kind of test? Is it greater than 50? If yes, value if true. If yes, result should be pass. Pass is our own text. We must define within two double inverted quotes. We know that. Comma. If this is not true, value if false, what does it mean? The data is maybe less than 50. Then what should be the result? If the person is not pass, ultimate answer, fail. So fail is our own text. We must define within two double inverted quotes. So this is how we define our formula. Do you agree? What's up, people? This is how we write. Now, if you are okay with this, if I go back and change my score something to less than 50, say 35, result is fail. Something more than 50, say 58, result should be pass. If I go for typing 50, what if I type 50? What happens? If you check, it is showing me fail. So can you be so rude enough to declare someone fail if he scores 50? No. Then why this formula is giving fail? Because the answer formula, what we customized or designed, this is more than 50 or greater than 50 only. So greater than is not equal to 50, right? So we have to precisely give our logic a little bit, giving more clarity, greater than equal to. So this is the order you have to define the logic. Like first is the greater than symbol, then equal to sign. You cannot reverse the logic, this logic. You cannot reverse it. First equal to, then greater than. This is not going to make a logical expression. So we have to be pretty clear about that. And now the moment I go for this, I could see my result over here. Even though the person scores 50, we are getting the answer as 50. So this is how we have understood how to write a basic logical statement in Excel. Any doubt you can ask me. All right. So if it is working for everyone, then I will take you through some logical operators or the Excel operators which will be helping us to create a logical statement. What are they? Let me take you through over here. So Whenever you are working with this kind of operators, like what do you call this one? We call it as less than. For greater than, what is that we operate with? We go for greater than symbol. If something is there coming up as less than or equal to, we go for this logic less than equal to. Do you agree? Something like over here again, greater than equal to, we go for a greater than symbol, then equal to sign. If something I need to check, sometimes not equal to, how to define that? Anybody? Sometimes we need to check also some statements, the cell not equal to something. If I want to check, then I have to go for less than and greater than symbol both. This is making my expression not equal to. If I need to check something called equal to, that we know very well how to check equal to, we should go for only equal to sign, right? Now, if I have to check something called equal to blank, then how to check? We'll go for equal to two double inverted comma. That's called equal to blank. So these are the operators mostly we use in our logical conditions people over there any point of time whenever we go for our logical statements. So I'm copying and pasting it over here. You can cross check the same. Hope this is clear what we did. Right. Now, let us go for some more statements to check. Suppose say if you go to question number 2 over here, let me put it in a story format. Now, suppose say there are two new joinees in my department, okay? And my boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you conduct a test for those two new joinees? So I just conducted a test and I got my respective results for A as 50, B as 90. Now, when I'm checking the scores, my boss immediately came and passed a statement looking at the same that score of A is more than score of B. So he's saying that A has scored more than B. So technically, if you see whether score of A, is it more than score of B? No. So definitely this is not true statement. So if I tell in front of him, sir, your statement is completely false statement, it may hurt his ego. I don't want to take risk. What I want is Excel should declare the result. Whatever the statement passed by my boss, is it a true statement or it's a false statement? So whenever you need to check a statement status, again, you can go for a simple if formula. And when I go for if formula, what it demands me? Logical test. So logical test, what is the test exactly? That score of A is greater than score of B. This is the statement we need to check. And this is the statement my boss has passed. Well, come on. What's the next one? Value if true. Now the statement status, if you look at if score of A is more than score of B, then the statement is true. So true is something our own text, so we must define within over here true. Then value if false. So if a statement is not true, what is the ultimate answer? It's a false statement. So false is our own text again. We should write it like this. And you can see the result will be on over here, instant effect. So this is again simple if formula, how it helps and gives the result we have understood. Okay. So hope this simple if formula, how we write, gives us more clarity. Now, If you remember, I told you one thing about if in our day one. Can somebody recall that? In day one, I told you something about the if formulas. Yes, people? Anybody?
Yeah, I still remember, but not the activity which we have done.
Forget about the activity. What did I say about that? The more the if formula in any Excel file, the file size will be more. Did you remember? And if this is the situation and I write my if formulas in this fashion, definitely this is going to occupy more space. And this is what our experts also, they suggest us to do the job like this. So now when I do not recommend, then what is the option right now I do have? See, sometimes what it happens, people, a simple operator will be acting like a if formula, like a greater than symbol. Now you see, it will be acting like a if formula. Take a result. False. Now you tell me, option one is better or option two is better?
No.
Definitely. So this is the reason why I told you explain about all these operators. So this is what mostly you'll be using to make a conditions also. It's not mandatory or necessary that all the time you have to go for if formula and get the result all the time. So whenever you believe a simple operator is going to help you, make use of that. Keep your file size also in limited options and the data execution also will be faster. All right. So question number two, what we did, I believe it's clear for everyone. Any doubt, any queries? Let's go for the third one. So we have a score, people, you can see. And here we need to check, stay focused, please. First understand what's the requirement. If suppose somebody having a score less than 25, result should be fail. If the score is more than 25 but less than 50, result should be grade C. If the score is more than 50 but less than 75, grade should be C. Sorry, grade should be B. If the score is more than 75, grade should be A. I repeat, if the score is less than 25, result should be fail. If it is more than 25 but less than 50, grade C. If it is more than 50 but less than 75, grade B. If it is more than 75, should be grade A. So, having said this, if you look at the scale, look at the score, what should be the answer?
That's grade A.
So, that is the result we need to achieve. So, we know how to write our if formula. So, kindly take 2 minutes of time and get the answer, please. Yes, ma'am. So design the formula in that cell in such a way, whenever you go and change the score also, it should give the exact result. Fail or grade C, grade B or grade A. Yes, people, any luck? Okay. So where is the problem? We learned, we have understood how to write our simple if formula, right? So where is the problem? Where is the challenge?
Putting the range.
Range. Okay, range is the trouble. Fine. Any other challenge anybody facing? Why we are unable to customize the formula? And this is what mostly it is happening with us. Why, I'll tell you. Please stay focused on my screen. Follow my audio, please. Here, why we are facing problem, though we are aware of how to write our if formula, but in this kind of situation, we always struggle because we think the entire conditions as a whole. Think like a layman. I'll tell you where is the thing it has gone wrong. So first of all, our approach to the problem is wrong. So how to rectify this? I'll tell you. As I said, you think like a layman. Just first thing, how many conditions are there? Four conditions. As such, we know, we learned that to write a condition, we need to depend upon a if formula. So technically, four conditions, if I'm writing, then four if formulas, I need to take the help. But that is needed if I'm writing the formula in four different cells. But here, our requirement is we need to write all these four if formulas in one single cell. Do you agree?
Yes.
So in that case, first thing, total number of conditions minus one. So total three if formulas we must write. This is the first call we have to take, that how many if formulas I need to write. So total conditions 4 minus 1 means total 3 if formulas I need to write. But how to write in a single cell? So there is a rule we need to follow. And what's the rule? There should be a proper logical flow of our conditions. So what is the meaning by proper logical flow of the conditions? Either ascending order or descending order. Like we can start with fail, end up with grade A, or we can start from grade A, end up with fail. But there should be a proper logical flow. So let's start with our first one, fail. So first 1 minute, watch my screen, understand the concept, how I am approaching with my formula. Like first thing, first condition is saying less than 25 fail needs to be checked. So is equal to if taking the score less than 25. If this is true, then result should be fail. So fail is our own text. We have gone for this. So far it is clear.
Yes.
Now, what is the next thing formula is demanding? See how I am approaching with the formula by reading one by one element. So if it is not true, value if false, if the person is not fail, what is the ultimate answer? If the person is not fail, ultimate answer is pass. Do you agree?
Pass.
But our requirement is not pass. Our problem starts there. If the person is passed, which grading system it is going to fall? So that is where we need to follow a rhythm. So after fail, what is the next possible grade?
C.
Grade C purpose. What's the condition?
Greater than equal to 25.
No, not greater than equal to 25. It should be more than 25. It should be more than 25, but less than 50. Right?
Yeah.
So that also we have to understand. So for that reason, we have to start one more if formula, logical test, taking the score. Here people always commits a mistake. They define the previous condition less than 25, but here again they go for more than 25 or greater than 25. That is the place where logical correction needs to be done. So we need to take the logic of less than 50. So that itself precisely going to make a condition. If it is more than 25 but less than 50, if this is true, what should be the grade?
Uh,
Grade
Less than
C.
20.
Grade C. Grade C. Less than 50, right? Less than 50. Grade C. Comma. If this is not true, what is the next possible grade? Could be grade B. Grade B purpose, what's the condition? Should be more than 50, but limitation less than 75. Start one more if formula. Going to score less than 75. If this is true, then should be grade B, comma. Now what it asks me formula, value if false. Now suppose say the person is not fail, he is not falling in category of grade C, neither falling in category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer?
A grade.
Grade A. So grade A is our condition. So we should define within two double inverted quotes. Now just see, as per the discussion what we had, how many if formulas we have written? So total conditions minus one if formulas, but all the formulas are open. If you see, only open brackets are available. So logically, we need to define the closed brackets also. So how many closed brackets we need to define?
3 times.
That's it. Now see the beauty. With instant immediate effect, you'll be getting your result. And if you change the score also, you are going to the results properly. So this is how people, whenever you write multiple if statements in a single cell, that becomes our nested if. So please give it a try. Any difficulties to let me know.
Boss, I just wanted to ask kind of, I would say maybe a silly question.
No
So,
problem.
yeah, so we have two situations here. So one is less than 25 and the other one is less than 50.
Mhm.
So for less than 25, it's fail and less than 50 is C.
Mhm.
So how it is filling it and why it is not picking up the 50 value?
See,
Like C.
I'll tell you. As I gave you the options already, okay, if you remember that any segment you want to check over here, right, you can select and go for pressing F9. Simple thing. What it's showing?
False.
False. So this is how you can check each and every case, and when you check, automatically it will be giving the result that which state we are in. So if I'm checking this condition, is it true? So if I go for this intersection over here, and if I'm checking this over here, F9. So here it's not coming. I'll go for this otherwise, F9 over here. So now the moment I go and turn each and every case over here, wherever it is showing false, then automatically it will be turning false. This is what the technical language. Now, if I think about like a layman type of things, now see how it works. Less than 25 fail. Up to this, we are clear. This section is clear.
Yes.
Now, I told you if this is not true, ultimate answer is pass, right? But pass, when you go for it, we do not know whether it is in grade C or grade B or grade A. It could be of any of these three, correct? Now we need to go with a sequence. That is what called logical flow. So since we started with fail, the next possible category, definitely it would be grade C only, correct? So for first, we have to go for grade C conditions to define, and that we have defined. So now, as per the question, if you discuss, Pravas, here it is written more than 25. If should be grade C, then see, more than 25, definitely. Now the condition, what it's going to check, less than 50, it will go and check up to 25 only it will check, because the already other condition is there, less than 25. So it will not go and override that, because that is already taken, the condition, correct? So it will go and check up to 25 only. And if it is true, it will be showing C. Similarly, the next condition, though it is less than 75, it is going to check, but it will go and stop with 50, because next condition is already defined, right? So this is how the order open things, it will go and keep on. That's why we kept all the conditions open. You see, we have not closed any of the if conditions. All are keeping on the loop. This is called looping of if formulas. Yeah, yeah. So the same logic, when you used to, suppose you are from the engineering backgrounds or side, in your academics, you would have studied the C language. The moment you do the codings and all those things, there also you would be defining the if else. It was the terms called else. So here we do not have the else command, but yes, we can go for looping of if formulas. Yeah. Yes, people, any questions from anybody? Hope this is working for you. Okay, so Satish, Amit, Param, they have confirmed. How about others? So here, the moment we have gone for this, any questions running in your mind, or you feel like asking something to me? In my opinion, you must have. No questions? Okay, I would be helping you out. Are you happy with the solution? Param is asking, is there any easier way? That's a good one. I loved it. So my question is again, repeating the same. Are you happy with the solution, typing such a lengthy if formula, and that to typing multiple times if? Are you comfortable doing the same? Forget about my comfortability or not. The immediate option I have told you, whenever you write a if formula, the more the if formula, file size will be more. Now just imagine if I write 1,000 statements like this for 1,000 cases, that itself is sufficient to make my file heavy. Do you agree with that? This is what we have been discussing since our day one, correct? And recently also we discussed about it. So your question is supposed to be that is there any alternative options which will be helping me to keep my formula length minimum and file size also will not be heavy. So if this is the case, then we do have a situation, we do have a alternative options also. I'll tell you what. Say 2016 and above, if you're in options, we have got a formula called IFS. Just check it out. Do you have a formula called IFS? IFS. Is it there?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So if you have that, you have a replacement. See the beauty, how it works. Just 1 minute, watch my screen. So IFS, it is asking me logical test one. So I told you, taking the score less than 25. If this is true, results would be fail, comma. Now, can you see what it is asking me?
Logical test 2.
Right. So it is no more asking value if false. It is directly asking for the second logic test to be done. So second logical test what? Taking the score again, less than 50, as we discussed before. If this is true, grade C, comma. Then again, logical test 3, no more value if false. It's directly taking the same score, less than 75, should be B. Okay. Now the last logic, when you are providing it in this kind of formulas, you have to be very clear. What is that? Logic is the moment I take the score, okay, less than 75 I have given. So next logic has to be definitely greater than, but should be equal to 75. What if somebody is scoring 75? It is not going to be either in grade B or grade A. It will be in between. So it will not be giving a proper logic. That's the reason why. If suppose somebody is scoring 75 also, the grade has to be A. So that is what with one if formulas we have one. So you can see now only one close bracket, IFS. And the moment I hit enter, can I see the same answer? So now you tell me, option 1 is easy to understand or option 2 is easy to understand? I gave you both the options. So this is how people, those who have got IFS IPS formula in your system, depending upon the versions, as I told you. Yeah, Param, as I told you, your system is of student or basic versions since it is not there. So you have to upgrade your system. Last time in Power Query cases also, it was the problem we have. Yeah, I remember that. So only thing is you have to upgrade your system. I am very sorry. This is what the challenge, what to do. Hope this is clear, people, what we did. Any doubt, any queries? Because these are the most essential things when you create a template. We have to make all these conditions predefined and make it ready. So as long as, I mean, as soon as the user enters some data, the output will be automatically clear with that. So are you happy with the solution, people? Again, I'm asking the same question.
That's better than the if one.
Yeah, yeah. So instead of writing multiple times if, okay, okay. I mean, that is what we have already discussed in case of our param, also the same situation. I mean, so my question is simple again. Are you happy with the solution? Like getting the ifs formula help. Do you think that is there any other way it is better than if and you are still happy? My question is very simple. Okay, option 2 is better. Fine then. Now, since you guys do not have 2019 or Office 365 or 2021, okay, this is one challenge in front of you. It is there. Formula is not there. Now, who knows? Today you are in XYZ company. Tomorrow you go to some other company and they do not have Office 365. So again, going to work with a one lower versions or degraded versions, you will not be comfortable. So irrespective of any versions I'm working with, is there any universal solution? I don't need to be worried about whichever the versions I am. And that solution is the best one. If you get something like that, will it be better? What say?
Yes. Lot better.
So let me take you through a real-time situation, people. Just give me a minute. We'll come back to this. You can connect with this data itself, but I'm going to give you a real-time situation. Okay, this is corporate case studies. Yeah. See, over here, let me show you something. Just stay focused on my screen. No need to do anything. Take an example. Over here, I have got ratings, okay, of those employees. Ratings is there, okay, and I have got a grading system for the ratings also. Like this is a slab already fixed by my management. Suppose somebody is scoring the rating of 0 to 3, grade should be E, 3.1 to 3.5, D, like that. I have got a ready-made scaling of the grades. Okay. Now, if I want to know 3.5, which grading system it is going to fall, if you look into the slab, can you decide? Should be the second option, the grade D, correct? And if it is of 3.5, 3.9, which grading system? See, so like that, I need to find out the grades. Now, if I go for finding the same with our VLOOKUP, what happens? VLOOKUP purpose, I need to have some exact match. But do you see any kind of exact match in this?
No.
So this is not going to work. So in this case, we are ending up writing this. Again, over here, I go for if. Again, this. So like that, multiple times we keep on writing if or if's formula, we need to go for it. Now just imagine how many times I need to write if formula. So total how many conditions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Matlab 5 times I need to type our if formula. This is how we discussed, correct? Now just imagine how much length it is supposed to be or how lengthy it is supposed to be. And that too, I have got near about how many cases? Near about 42 cases over here. So in this case, without making our file size heavy, what you can do is simple matrix you need to create. What is the matrix? Like 0.3 is there, right? I'll start with 0, grading. 3.1, I'll taking only the initial values. 3.6 over here, I'll create a matrix. Then 4.1 and 4.6 over here and 5. I'll create a range now. So like what is the range? Suppose somebody is in between over here 0 to 3. Okay, this is the grade. If it is 3.1 to 3.5, this is what the D. So this is what automatically it is creating a range. So this is the range. So this is the range. Okay, I got a matrix ready for my table. Now see the beauty. So far we have been working with our VLOOKUP formula is equal to VLOOKUP, taking the rating, comma, table array. I should select like this. Now this range should not move down. Should I lock it? Do you agree? Comma. Now column index number. So which column I have got my grading system? In this border area, should be 3. In this border area, 3 columns are there. Grading system is there in third column. So I should take 3. Now, so far we have seen VLOOKUP only with exact match, right? But here we are going to use not 0, we are going to use 1. So what is the meaning of 1? Is called approximate match. So this is what we have not discussed because that time it will be, if I tell, it will be very complex. So that right now I am telling the replacement for our lengthy if formula statements, you can go with VLOOKUP with approximate match. And for this, a rule you need to follow. The data should be in order. The data should be sorted. So if you see, the data is already sorted, starting from 0, ending up to 5. So this is a sorted data. That's why we have end up with approximate match. Now see the beauty. Immediately, I'll be getting the result. A simple VLOOKUP with approximate match, right? So irrespective of any version, you can work with this kind of formula. So only thing is you have to take a pain of little bit creating this kind of matrix. Already range is there. Only thing is you have to add one more column and this should be sorted.
Prabhas, why did you do this? Can you just explain the logic again, as in creating this?
Right, because I'm not going to have, if I'm going for VLOOKUP, I need to have some common column, right? So is it, you see anything common in this 2 columns? Right? And when I see a data, now I'm not looking for the exact match. If the data is falling in a range, if the data is falling in a range also, it is going to give me the data. And even though it is matching with exactly, this is going to give me the data. So both these options, it is working. Now, suppose somebody scored 3.1, okay, or 3 also. Now just take a look at this. If I go for only 3, what should be the result? If I go for the first case, if I change this rating to 3, what should be the result?
E.
So if I go and change it to 3, now can you see? So if it is an exact match, giving the exact value, if it is coming in a range, it gives me the range value. That's the beauty of approximate match. So it will just replace with your nested if formulas. What we are writing over here, that can be replaced with a simple VLOOKUP with approximate match. Hardly people use this, but if you use, you can make your file very much lesser in size. Right? Hope you understand the concept of our approximate match, people.
Yes, but we don't have this sheet.
No, you do not have that because I did not want to explain at that state. Since now this is a coming up and some people are working 2016. That's why I thought to give a replacement for the same. But don't worry, if you want, I can give these things or you can do the same thing on your screen also. You can create some sample data and you can go for it. It's not a big deal. But the concept is that you need to create this column and it should be sorted. It should be in order. Okay, right. You'll be getting the recordings, don't worry. It will be there in the recorded format also. Any point of time you believe, okay, now you got to know, okay, there is something called approximate match, Prabhas explained. So you follow the recording, you can create the sample data and you can do that. Like especially when you go for incentive calculation, discount, or whenever you have got aging of your data 0 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, such kind of bucketing you need to fulfill. There you can go for it, or the quantity wise discount. Suppose say something you are making it anytime, you can use this. Trust me, going to help you a lot. And this is what the practice since 2003 I do have. I never go for relying upon multiple if statements.
I used in the same situation which we have in our the sheet which you have just shared.
Right.
The 25.
Right.
And it worked successfully.
Yes, that's what I told you. We'll be connecting with our data also. Only thing is you have to create that column. Like say, take an example over here. We'll go for what I did over here. I'll show you. See, 0 to 3 E. So here I'll be making 0 to 25. What is that? Fail. 26 to 50 should be C. 51 to 75 should be B. More than 75, it should be grade A. Do you agree? Or you can say more than equal to 75 for the understanding. I'm just doing it. Right? So matrix, how it is supposed to be? Like 0, 26, 51, and 75. Right? Now, when I go for this over here, the person has scored 79. What should be the grading over here? If I go for 79, if I'm going to check is equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value 79. Now, if you look at, definitely it should be grade A, that we know very well, comma, table array. I'll take these 3 columns. I will be locking if I many more data to pull out. So since I have only one cell, I'm not locking that. Now, which column data I'm looking for? Column number 3, comma, what kind of match? Now here we should go for approximate match. 1, we got the result. Now if I go and change the score, something between 26 to 50, say I'm going for 35. What should be the grade? If I go for 35, grade C, right? So if I go for C, I'm getting grade C. So this is how we look up with approximate match. All right. So no need to be worried about if you do not have ifs formula or nested if is really confusing or it is taking a lot of space, you have always a replacement for the same. And that's what the beauty. Irrespective of any versions, you can apply this formula because we look up with the approximate match. It is working since ages. All right. So shall we go for our next?
Yes.
Right. So now we are going to see some more logical formulas of our Excel, naming called over here and or. So these things comes into picture whenever you see more than one conditions or more than one condition where you want to check, you need to go for this kind of conditional statements or logical statements. Like what it does, whenever you check multiple conditions with AND formula, all the conditions are to be satisfied or all the conditions are to be true. Then only the answer will be true in case of AND. If you are taking OR formula, multiple conditions you have to check, no doubt, but any condition, if it is satisfied, answer will be true. It will be more clear when you go for a logical statement. Let's go for that. Is equal to AND, open bracket, logical one. So we'll be taking our second example, score of A. Score of A greater than 30. Just type as it is. We'll discuss that, don't worry. So is equal to AND, open the bracket, score of A from second example, more than 30. Then logical 2, score of B less than 60. We'll check that. 2, bracket close and hold on. Now score of A, if you look at 50, is it more than 30? Score of A, if you look at, is it more than 30? Yes, so technically answer is true. Score of B, 90, is it less than 60?
Yes.
90, is it less than 60?
No.
No. So technically answer is false. One is true, one is false. We are operating with and we discussed and purpose, all the conditions are to be satisfied. If any condition is not satisfied, what happens? Answer should be false. We got that. So this is what basically our AND formula. So AND formula, what it does, it checks all the conditions. If any condition is not satisfied, answer will be false. Just check it out. Is it working for you?
Plus, can you just repeat this?
We are checking more than one condition. So here, the moment you see what is the conditions we are checking. Score of A, how much it is? 50. Is it more than 30?
Yes.
So technically answer is true. Score of B, how much? It's 90. Is it less than 60? So technically answer is false. So one is true, one is false. And purpose, all the conditions are to be true. Since one condition is not true, ultimate answer is false. You can go and check also, taking the logic and going for F9, this is false. Okay. If you go back over here and check this condition also, F9, true. So one is true, one is false. So ultimately, answer is going to be false.
Now, where do we use this?
That's a good question. So we'll discuss that. Don't worry. First, understand the logic. What AND does. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. How about others people? Similarly, let's go for our application of our OR formula. Same logic we are going to check, but with OR formula. Same question number 2, score of A more than 30, score of B.
Prabhas,
Yeah.
for the previous one, I had one doubt. Can I just check?
Yes,
with
please.
nested if?
Please, no problem.
I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay.
So this is 79. And here I have used the if formula. And this is giving me answer A here and A here, where I have used the VLOOKUP with approximate.
Right.
But when I'm taking a number, let's say 50, according to the VLOOKUP file, this is giving me C, but here it is taking B.
Well, so here, what we need to do over here, the condition, if it is 50, our condition is what? Less than 50 we have given, right?
Great. Yeah.
If you
here
go,
we have given less than 50.
So if suppose somebody is giving you the 50, the answer you want to go for that, then you have to go for less than equal to 50. So here only thing we have to add one more equal to sign, less than equal to 50. Yeah. Now, if
but
you,
when we were,
no, that is what I'm saying. The logic we have to rectify either here or in our VLOOKUP matrix. Now, if you want the based on the if formula VLOOKUP matrix to be changed, then you have to write 26 to 49, 26 to 49C. And here, instead of 51, you should write 50. So either change this or that. See, as logic is not something that either VLOOKUP is right or if is right. So what matrix you have given, 26 to 49 or 26 to 50, depending upon that.
thank you.
Yeah, welcome. All right, people. So I believe this AND formula is clear. Now we'll be proceeding to our OR formula with the same logical test, but now with OR. Now take a look. Score of A, 50. Is it more than 30? Yes. So technically answer is true. Now Excel is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions because the first condition itself, it is satisfied. So what is the OR formula does out of multiple conditions? If any condition is satisfied, ultimate answer is true. So now the moment you hit enter, it is going to show me true. And this is what basically your OR formula. So AND formula checks multiple conditions. All conditions have to be satisfied. If any condition is not satisfied, answer is false. So this is true or false, and an or. Hope this logic is clear. Any doubt, any queries? Application, I'll tell you, but logically, is it clear what it does?
So OR will only pick the true condition, like whether it is true, but it will never pick false. That's what you're saying.
No, you cannot say like that, because if the condition, none of the condition is satisfied, suppose say it is of less than 30, suppose the condition. Now B7 A score is not less than 30.
Yeah, it is false. Both the situation.
And this situation also, if you look at, this is also false. So when both the conditions are false, how this is going to be true? It is going to definitely give me false. Yeah. So
but it will prioritize the true one.
Yeah. Yes. So you can say where you can use and, where you are checking multiple conditions and all the conditions are mandatory. If you believe any point of time, like suppose say I have got 3 access doors. If suppose somebody outsider wants to reach me, he has to get access for 3 access doors. And if any of the access doors is denied, he cannot reach to me. If that is the case, then all these 3 access doors is access is mandatory, correct? For the outsiders, then I have to use AND formula. And if any of the inside people, like any of my colleagues or my friends from the organizations, they want to reach me, then any of the access doors, if it is allowed, then they can reach me. So in that case, I need to go for OR. So OR is the condition where the conditions are optional, you can use it. And is the condition where all the conditions are mandatory, you can use it. Like our electricity supply, series connections and parallel connection OR. Best examples. Right. Now, still Param is not clear, I believe. Let me take you through a beautiful example for everyone to connect with these things easily. So if you look at, in our case, we have got a practice file. A sheet is there, naming called practice file. Just go to that. A practice sheet, not workbook, it's a sheet. In the same workbook only, if you navigate another 3 to 4 sheets further towards your right, there is a practice sheet over here. Able to see, people?
Yes.
Let me take you through this. See, we have got a list of employees of mine, suppose say, their salary, how much they get it, and what is the division they belong to, and what is the rating they have bagged. So I have conducted one assessment, and for that they have the ratings. Now see the beauty, what is that requirement of mine is, suppose the person scores rating in 1 to 3, and division is belong to CDFD, and the salary is less than 50,000, he will be eligible for bonus. I repeat, if rating is 1 to 3, division is CDFD, and salary is less than 50K, those people only, they will be eligible for bonus. If that is the case, in this column M, how to find out the results, either bonus or no bonus? Hope this is clear, the objective. So in this case, how will you check? What will be your first move? So first of all, based on the statement, if you see the header, okay, if all these conditions are satisfied, then only that person will be eligible for bonus. Do you agree with that? So there we have to first use AND formula to check all the conditions, like rating 1 to 3. So rating is less than equal to 3. Division, second condition, is it CDFD? Okay, that also we need to check. Third logic, salary less than 50,000. Now, if all these things are true, then only the answer will be true. So since this is one of the conditions is not satisfied, answer is false. So the person is not having the eligibility for bonus. Do you agree? But I don't want the answer as false. I want the answer false as no bonus. So in that case, I need to use before and if formula. So my entire AND formula will be treated as a logical test. And if this is true, value if true, then the person will be having the eligibility for bonus. Now, if this is not true, then no bonus. So this is the place where these are the situation where you will be using the AND formula with if formula, because AND alone doesn't play much role. But when you combine with if formula, it becomes a powerful formula. So now you see. All right. So all these places, it is showing no bonus. So something is wrong. Somewhere it will be there. Bonus definitely. So less than, yeah, K9, CDFD. This is not defined properly. So now when I go for this over here, double click on the fill handle. Now can you see? So where rating is less than equal to 3 and division is CDFD, salary is less than 50K. So this is eligible for bonus, right? So this is what the situation, people, you can use this. So Param, hope it is clear for you now. Right. So this is how the second N statement, the N column statement also you can check. Same formula you have to take it, but only with or. Because your conditions are not mandatory, your conditions are optional. So any of these conditions, if it is true, then the person will be eligible for bonus. Like the question itself answer is there. Can you see? Or here and over here. So we need to understand what exactly the requirement. If you understood the statement and the logic will automatically formed over here. So this is how people, we have understood how to work around with our logical statements or nested if conditions, ifs formula as the replacement. And we have also seen a glimpse of VLOOKUP with approximate match, if with and combination, if with or combination and everything. So nested if, our story is over. Any doubt, any queries, anybody? So taking the live data, you need to practice a lot about all these things, because these are not only just this kind of situation only comes, then only you can apply in many more situations. You can apply this kind of logic and conditions. So whenever you believe that you're unable to create the logical conditions, you can very well drop me a sample data, or you can email me that. I will definitely help you out. Don't worry. But first you need to practice. All right, friends. So we are clear. Can we go for our next?
Yes.
Fine then. So there is a sheet name called sum and count. So we are going to see now the aggregate functions of our Excel, again, which helps in creating the dashboards and all over there in our Excel any point of time. Then how to deal with the same we are going to discuss. So we have got columns naming called date of training over there. And if you see, it is showing the employee names as well, division they belong to, salary they draw, and the training expenses incurred upon those employees. Complete list is there. So taking all these 5 columns into reference, we need to answer all these 6 questions. This is what the requirement. Now let us go and answer one by one. So first one, count occurrence of division HFD. So which column you have to deal with is the division column, and what we need to do, how many cases HFD is there, you need to find out over here. So what exactly needs to be done? Criteria based counting to be done. So whenever you have a criteria based counting to be done, we have a ready-made formula called count if. Okay. Now, when you go for count if, what it demands me? The range. So which range I need to apply the formula? In the division column. And what is next demanding? Criteria. What is criteria? HFD. How to write? There are 2 ways. You can write HFD in 2 double quotation marks, or you can write, or you can take any cell from the division column as having HFD over there. So choice is yours. So I'm going for within 2 double quotation marks HFD. And the moment I hit enter, I could see there are the results of 28 cases. We have got these options. So I believe everybody is getting the same answer. Please confirm. And this is called criteria based counting. So Dharmin and Param, they have confirmed. Pallavi, are you there? Able to hear me? Yeah, you asked me one query in the group, if you remember, that how to go for this triangular check and this kind of data entries, how to create this kind of reports over there. I told you there are various ways to do the recheck, like going for a particular answer, how to cross check from different angles. Like take an example. Here we have answered one question. How many times HFD is there? We got based on the formula based result. Now, if I want to cross check that, what is the other way I can do it? Anybody can give a helping hand to Pallavi? Pallavi had a question in the group. I don't know whether you have gone through that question. I have replied that in the theoretical way only. So now the time has come to discuss about that. So now we got the formula driven answer of 28. If I want to know the same, what is the best way to check? Or what is the other way to check?
Filter out all HFD.
Simple, simple. That's a good answer. We can go for filtering out. I'll go to division and I'll go for HFD. And when I go for it, then I go and select the HFD cases in the status bar. Is it showing count as 28?
Yes.
This is one way. What is the other way? Simple. As we learned. No, as we discussed in our day 3, what we can do, we can go for
Pivot.
simple pivot. That's it. You can go for division in the rows, and you can put it across division in the values. So how many times HFD is there? Are you getting 28? So these are the things. Like any solution, whatever you are trying to achieve, how to cross check that. All right. Now let us go for our next. Count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollar. Okay, so which column you have to deal with first of all? Salary. What you need to do? Less than 1,50,000 cases, how many times it is there? We need to make a count of that, isn't it? So again, criteria based counting to be done. So we have a ready-made formula, count if we know. Range. What is the range? Is the salary? Then what it is asking me? Criteria. So here we need to understand when your criteria is less than 1,50,000. So 1,50,000 is the numerical value. But to make a logical expression, whenever you want to set your criteria with operator like less than, greater than, or greater than equal to, less than equal to, such kind of criteria when you have, you must define within two double inverted quotes. So this is what the criteria we should define like this. Okay. Now the moment I hit enter, I am getting the result as 51. So is it the same result? Are you getting the same? Now, once we have done with this, let's go for next one. Some salary for division RAD. Like in division column, we need to check how many cases RAD is there and corresponding salary, we need to make a total. So if that is the need, then how to define that? So let's go for it. Is equal to sum if. Whenever there is a criteria based sum to be done, we have a ready-made formula sum if. So what it demands me, the range. Range is my division. All right. Now what is next? It is asking me criteria. So what's my criteria? RAD division. Okay. Within two double inverted quotes, I can go for RAD. Then it is asking me, comma, sum range. So which range I need to apply the sum formula in the salary? And that is going to be my answer over here. It is showing 90,64,787. So this is called nothing but your criteria based sum to be done any point of time. We can go for a formula called sum if. So are you getting the same answer or something different? Now we'll go for some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So what you need to do, criteria based sum. So we know ready-made answer, sum if. Range, which is the range? My salary. Now what it is asking me, criteria above 2 lakhs. So how will you define? We have discussed already within two double inverted quotes, we can go for defining more than 2 lakhs or greater than 2 lakhs. Now, what is the next one? Sum range. So again, we can define comma and sum range, we can go for salary, but that is not required. The reason, our range and sum range is the same range. So there is no point of extending the formula, defining the range one more time. We can complete our formula with the criteria itself. So this is one more technique you can always keep in your mind so that the formula length will not be maximum, file size will not be heavy, and you got your answer. Check, are you getting the same? If you have any questions, you can ask me. So question 4, all of you have got the same answer, people? Anybody is getting a different answer or different thought is running in your mind or any kind of query is running in your mind? Okay. So can you proceed further? If you don't have any questions. Okay, I would like to proceed further, but before that, I have a question. Can I ask, if you do not mind?
Sure.
So here, nobody has asked me, Prabhas, how will I know where I should take the additional range and where I should stop? How will I take a call?
I had that in mind, Prabhas. For that, I unmuted.
Okay, okay, fine. If that is the question running in your mind, well and good. We are in the track. See, I'll tell you. Here, one concept you need to understand, friends. So please stay focused. The moment we go for sum if, okay, what is the first input it was demanding? Range. Is it containing any kind of prefix or suffix as a inverted quotes or any kind of curly braces or square brackets, anything like that? It's a simple plain text, correct? So in any formula, if this kind of setup is there, that input is mandatory. That entry is mandatory. Whatever the range, lookup value, or any cell value, any cell reference you have to give, that is mandatory. Without that, we cannot complete the formula. Now, if you look at the second input, what was that? Criteria. Is it containing any kind of your brackets or inverted quotes or any kind of apostrophe, curly braces or anything?
No.
So again, what do you mean? This is mandatory. This input is also mandatory. But when you look at your third input, what we have? Some range. Do you see any kind of square brackets open and close?
Yes.
So it's a simple message. This input is optional. Even though I do not give anything, my formula is ready enough to get me the result. So depending upon the requirement, you have to take a call. If the range is the same range, your range and sum range, you don't need to go and define the sum range one more time. That's why we have to take a call. Hope you got an understanding now how the formula works. Right, people? Fine. Now, let us go for our next. Some salary more than 50,000 US dollar, but less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So basically, we have to check which column? Salary column. And what we need to check? One more than 50,000, the other one less than 1,50,000. And what we need to do? Criteria based sum. But how many criteria? More than one criteria. So instead of sum if, we have to go for sum ifs. So whenever you have got multiple criteria based sum to be done, we have to go for sum ifs. This is very powerful formula, but little bit peculiar. So please stay focused and understand. Sum range. This is demanding me some range. Now you tell me which range we will be applying the sum formula.
D4 is to D94.
Definitely. Now, what is the next thing it is asking?
Criteria range.
Criteria
1.
range 1. So what is the input?
Inverted commas.
Uh-huh.
I mean double commas.
Uh-huh.
Greater than 50,000.
Okay. Okay. If that is the case, this is what the mistake people do, and you are also going to do the same. I told you this is a bit peculiar formula. Yes. What you are suggesting, that is called your criteria 1.
Yeah.
So that is the first criteria. Then where you are going to search the first criteria? In the salary. So that is again going to be the same range, because this is the place where we are going to search our first criteria. And is it containing any kind of apostrophe, square brackets or anything? No. That's why
so it is mandatory.
That is what though we have to give it. So hope criteria range 1 is clear for everyone, people?
Yeah.
Now, what is the next thing it is asking? Criteria 1. So as per the question, what's the first criteria? More than 50,000. So within 2 double inverted quotes, we should give it as greater than 50,000. That becomes my criteria 1. Now you tell me, what is the next thing it is asking?
Range 2.
So now you tell me, what should be my criteria range 2?
Same.
Right? So we'll go and give it again. And now, what is the next thing it is asking?
Less than 150,000.
Yeah. So within 2 double inverted quotes, right? Less than 1,50,000.
Less than 1,50,000 quotes close.
Now, you can ask me a question, Prabhas. Though my criteria range 1 and criteria range 2 is same, then why did you extend it again? See, though criteria range 2 is same, but criteria range 2, if you see, is it containing a closed square bracket over here?
No.
Open bracket is there, but closed bracket where it is? Once you go for criteria 2 to complete. And since my criteria 2 is something different, I have to go and define the range for one more time. Got it? Why we have taken the same range though it is, but again we have defined the reason behind that is nothing but same. Now, once I go for this and hit enter, I got the result 21,99,323. So this is how people, whenever you have got multiple criteria based sum to be done, you can go for a formula sum ifs, and this is going to help you again when you go for dashboard, summary reports, templates. You can use this. Hope this is working, people.
Yes.
Right. Now, we'll go and solve our problem number 6. What it is asking, find the total training expenses incurred between 1st August 2019 and 31st January 2020. Like between these two dates, whatever the training happened, those expenses we have to make a total. So basically, we have to do a criteria based sum. But since we have got more than one criteria, we have to go for sum ifs. So we'll go for is equal to sum ifs, no doubt. Sum range. Which range will be applying the sum? Please answer. Training expenses. Done. Now, what is the next thing it is asking me? Criteria range 1. So as for the question, what is my first criteria? Right. So when you go for this kind of date parameters, what is the logic you need to discuss first? See, when my criteria is 1st August 2019, I have to take whatever the training happened on 1st August, and after that, do you agree? So where to search that? So we should be taking our criteria range 1 is nothing but our date range. Now, criteria 1. So here we have to be very careful. The date parameters, when you're taking it, double inverted comma start more than equal to, greater than equal to, we should not eliminate 1st August. We should include 1st August. But the format should be exactly the date related column, whatever the format is there, we should take it. So 01 hyphen AUG hyphen 2019, comma, criteria range 2. So as per somebody's mic is on, could you please mind keeping on mute? All right. Shirisha, could you please check your mic?
No.
Whose mic is on? Dharmin?
From my
Now, criteria range 2. So, as per the question, what is our second criteria? 31st January 2020. So, that date also we have to take. And before that, we have to take. So, where to search again? Again, the date. So here we are going to define over here. Now, the moment we go for this criteria 2. So within 2 double inverted comma less than equal to and 31st hyphen Jan hyphen 2020. So here only catch is the date format. You have to be very particular. So best option, whatever the format you have in that date column, maintain the same. Okay. With the same rhythm, DDMMYY, then go for DDMMYY. If it is MMDDYY, you should follow MMDDYY. Nothing to worry about. And the moment we go and hit enter, we'll be getting our result. How much? 84,284. So whenever you have again multiple criteria based sum to be done, you can go for a formula naming called sum ifs. Right. So this is the result. Please confirm everybody you have got this sheet understood. Sum and count formulas. Any doubt, any queries? Yep. Fine then. So with this, we'll go for a short break of 10 minutes. Okay. And we'll be back. Then we'll discuss the rest of the topic, charts and graphs in detail and how to visualize our data. So looking at the data, how to take a right call, what type of chart should be the ideal option, all these things we are going to discuss. Fine. So in my system, it is 443. Okay, 445 I consider. So again, 4:55, 5 minutes to 5, we'll be back. You can have a brisk and come back soon. So I believe everybody is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes?
Yes, Prabhas.
Okay, thank you. All right, people. So kindly save all your files, whatever we have worked with, like corporate case studies. We are done with that. Now you can save and close it. We are going to discuss in our sample case studies folder. The file name is over here. Charts and graphs. There's a chart tech file you can notice you will be having. So please open that. So there is a sheet called quick chart. You can bring your cursor to the sheet name called quick chart, and we are going to discuss on that. So please confirm this sheet is open in front of your screen. All right. Now let me take you through the data what we have with us. Now suppose say these are the products my organization so I'm dealing with, and my boss asked me, Pravas, whatever the products we have sold to our customers and how much is the revenue we have made, I want to see a simple report. So multiple Excel files, Excel sheet data I have consolidated, and this is the final summary I have made it. Okay. Now he's expecting that I should prepare provide this data in the format of a graphical presentations in terms of charts and graphs. Now, if that is the need, then how to present a chart? So simple, select your data and on your keyboard, press Alt F1, Alt F1. So when we go and press Alt F1 or Alt function F1, depends upon the brand of the laptop or keyboard behavior you have, but ensure you got a chart in place. So simple keyboard shortcut is plotting a graph for me. Alt F1 to insert a chart. Hope it is working. Great. Now, when I plotted the graph, looking at the data, my boss is not quite happy and he's telling me, Prabhas, this chart is not so good. Why? Because the chart is so small in size, it is overlapping on the data and people are unable to watch the data over here. They are unable to make it out. Why don't you do one thing? Why don't you prepare a graph in such a way? It should be bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable. And when you go and present it to the audience, there should be only the chart. No data should be available over there. If that is the case, then how to plot a graph? I'll tell you. Select your data and on your keyboard, just press F11 only, not Alt, not Control, only F11. And if it is not a direct key, go for function with F11 key, and you will be having an exclusive chart sheet open on the same workbook, having the chart in place, bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable, no data, only the charts. So this is called F11 over here to insert a chart sheet. So Alt F1 to plot a graph in the same chart. F11 to have an exclusive chart sheet. If you want, you can go for it. So these are the two options, ready-made, quick. On a simple two keyboard shortcuts, we can plot our graph. I believe both are working for you. Fine then. So let us come back to our quick chart sheet. Let's have a discussion how to make our chart presentation better. Now, come to the quick chart sheet. Whatever the chart we have, please select that. And the first thing first, whenever you have the chart in place, as I told you in our pivot chart case also, go to chart design and take the last style. So taking the chart design, go for last style. And when you go for it, Okay. So why the last one? I told you also that if you take the last one compared to other versions, you'll be finding a glossy impact or shadow impact or intense effect. And for that reason, go for blindly the last one. This is the first thing. What's next? If you see our chart, the unwanted grid lines, it is making my presentation so messy. So to remove the grid lines, I told you, select your chart, click on the plus symbol, which appears in the right side of the chart area or in the left, depending upon the window size. And there grid lines checkbox will be activated. You will be seeing, and you can deactivate that. And the moment you go and click plus symbol again, you will be finding entire grid lines from the chart area. It is removed. So these are the minimum data formatting you must do in any chart over there in Excel. Next, if you see our entire product details, if you look at, all are seeming of identical color. So sometimes people will not be happy, and if you want to express with multicolor effect, how to do that? Right click on any of the column, you'll be finding a option over here, format data series. And when you go for this format data series, immediately a dialog box appears from the right side. The very first icon deals with fill and line. If you go and click on and navigate the same, there is an option called fill. If you just go inside fill over here, you'll be finding an option, vary colors by point. A checkbox seems to be not activated. You can activate, and immediately you'll be finding multiple colorful effect over here inside the chart columns. So please confirm you got multicolor effect. Now, once we have done with this, what's next? How to make our chart more informative. Let's go and discuss. Right click on any of the column inside the chart area and go for add data labels. So you'll be finding each and every column wise, the respective values will be added in the top. But one thing for sure, whenever you have data labels added, ensure that this is readable by the audience. So what you need to do, select one of the data labels. You'll be finding all these data labels would be in selection. So first thing, go for making it bold, Control B for bold. And if it is necessary, increase the font size by 1 or 2 points. And to increase the font size, what you can do, go for a simple keyboard shortcuts. Those who have attended about PowerPoint, I have told you there also. Now also I'm telling to increase font size. Okay. Similarly, to decrease font size, you can go for the reverse logic, Control Shift and less than symbol to decrease font size. Make sure people can read your data. All right. So how to make our chart more informative, that also we saw. So once you have it, whatever the chart we have prepared, people, anybody can prepare that. It's not something extraordinary task we did. And this is an outdated version of your chart. Nobody is preferred to see this kind of chart nowadays. Looks so elegant, no doubt, but people don't prefer to see. Then what is the point of doing this, then these kind of things? Then what is the latest style? What exactly my audience wants? Let's discuss. And what is missing over here? Let's discuss. See, the latest style says that if you are maintaining the data labels, then there is no point of having axis scale. If you want to maintain the axis scale, then there is no point of having the data labels. Now, if you compare both, which one is giving an instant information? If you compare the axis scale, or if you compare the data labels, which one is giving the instant information? Data labels, definitely that will be anybody's choice, and audience also willing to see that. So what should be the treatment for my axis scale? You should not remove it. You should not delete it. The separate treatment. Select your axis scale and go for Control Shift and less than symbol. Keep hitting to reduce our font size. Okay. So now if you look at now the chart looks great. No issues. Okay. And next, what it happens, the latest style, it says that having the chart title in the center, those days are gone. Nowadays, if you see the chart title, people prefer to see in the extreme right. If you see the Big Four firms presentations, Bain and Company, McKinsey and Co., if you see the presentations, always the presentations will be having the title in the right side of the chart area. Or if you read the Economic Times newspaper, or if you're visiting to any kind of money control site, you'll be always finding this kind of chart titles. All right, we got it. So up to this, everybody's clear? Any doubt, any queries?
Yeah, Prabhasatji, when I was trying to reduce the size of it, it's moving on the right hand side, not on the left hand side. Is there anything I'm doing it wrong, or the vertical axis I'm talking?
Okay.
Okay. When I was reducing the size, just moving towards the first grid, the 1097, 1096 bar.
Okay. Okay.
It's still visible and not able to.
Okay, could you please share your screen? Let me have a look. Yeah, go, keep on decreasing, Control Shift and less than symbol. Keep hitting more. That's it. If you believe it is going close to your first product, that is custard powder, do one thing. Little bit extend from the right side. If you believe that, extend from the right side, not from the left side, right side. Yeah. All right. Right. Fine then. So now let me just take you through.
For moving the heading, Prabhas, we need to do it manually.
Yes.
There is no
shortcuts. You cannot apply this alignment shortcuts what you have learned in PowerPoint, like Control L for left, R for right. You cannot do that.
Okay.
All right. So now the moment we go for this over here, people, what happens is, this is the chart we have prepared. We are going to present the same, no doubt. But I've told you, if you remember also, that nowadays the audience is having a different level of expectation. So when you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. And what audience is expecting, that when you present your data to the people, it should tell a story to them. So you should not write a paragraph and keep asking, okay, you read the paragraph and understand the story as of your own. You cannot do that. So in this case, how to present our data effectively? Let's go for it. Select our data, go for data sorting. What is the shortcut for data sorting? Alt D S. D for data, S for sorting. Day 2 we discussed. So this is how people, if you do not practice, slowly it will go from your memory. So please practice well, because each and every topic, whatever we discussed, is very relevant to our routine work. Wherever we go, whichever the role or profile you are going to work, this is going to help you, trust me. And this is your base. If your fundamental base is strong, any kind of building is definitely going to work on that. Though it is in Power BI, Tableau, Big Data, Hadoop, R, Python, whatever you are going to learn, Excel is the base. Later you can play around, you can work around, you can just visualize your data. That's a different story altogether. Anyway, so going for data sorting, sort by, go for cells in USD and go for order, largest to smallest. And when you go for largest to smallest and click OK, with immediate effect, you can see a beautiful story turns up. What's the story? That anybody, whoever is looking at my data, he can make out that from cocoa powder, we have got the maximum revenue. And from custard powder, we have got the least revenue. All right. Hope this is clear. Any questions? But are you happy with your presentation? Keeping yourself in the audience shoes. Look at the chart. Same thing you have done what I am showing on my screen. I would like to take your opinion. Are you happy with your chart presentation? If no, why? Where it is missing? If yes, well and good. Still more can be done. Okay, Pallavi is saying. So Pallavi, what do you mean by more? Could you please be more elaborative so that it will be a eye-opening factor for other people also?
I don't have any suggestion, but I guess it could be made more depictable, trend line or something, if relevant.
Okay.
Or at least we can learn how to do it.
Yeah, that is the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why I'm asking this question, that you should not be content the way the presentation has been made. Always try to think out of box so that you can make some add-on to that. That is what the practice we have been developing since our day one. So again, I'm asking this question. Are you happy with your presentation? No. Reason should be no. Why? I'll tell you. See, as I said, keeping yourself in the audience shoes. If you look at what happens, you are forcing your audience to bend their head by another 30° or 45° to read all this content, your text or whatever the product's details. Do you remember? Do you mind that? This is what it is really going to ruin my presentation. So this kind of slanting order of the data you should avoid. And how to avoid that, Prabhas? This is quite impossible. Yes, I'll tell you. And where is the mistake? When you want to give the equal amount of emphasis to your text related information, this kind of chart is not the right one. So right selection of the chart on the data also plays a very big role. For this kind of data, this kind of chart is not the right chart, where we are giving the equal amount of emphasis to the text related information. So what would be the best option? Right click anywhere in the chart area, you will be finding an option change chart type. And the moment you go for this, you will be getting your entire chart family in the dialog box. And over there, you have an option called bar. So when you go for the bar option and click OK, with immediate effect, you can see the data transformation happened or the chart. And now people can read my data properly, whatever I am presenting, and they can make out what is the value also. Even though I reduce my chart area, my chart is still speaking the story in a beautiful fashion. So what we have understood, out of any type of data, any kind of chart cannot be prepared. So you have to be very selective. You have to be very careful. You have to understand what kind of chart is going to give a better message to my people. Hope this is clear. Are you happy with that? Okay. Our friend Dharmin is happy. I thought you should not be. Anyway, can you see one thing? What happens? My order got disturbed. Earlier, my highest value was coming up in the left. So here the highest value should be in the top, not should be in the bottom. So this is one thing missing, right? So in this case, how to bring the highest value, the cocoa powder in the top? Yes, people, how to bring that? Our experts, they will suggest you go and change the order of the data with the other one. Automatically it will be coming up. Because order, if you take about this, this is in largest to smallest, but my chart order is in smallest to largest, the reverse one. So how to bring it? I'll tell you. Say, this text related information about my product details in the chart area, kindly select and go for right click on the same. Right click. There is an option called Format Access. If you go to Format Access over here, you will be finding an option, Categories in Reverse Order. The checkbox is not activated. This you have to activate. And once you activate, see the beauty? The entire order will just be done reverse. So never ever change your data in case of bar chart. Always go for this option, Categories in Reverse Order. So now, can you see? It's giving a neat and clean look. When I'm presenting it, people also love to see such kind of information. Do you agree? So that's the story of our quick chart. I believe everybody is able to do it, correct? Let us go for our next chart type. Name is combo chart. So here, let me take you through the data. We have the month-wise data and sales in terms of INR, and contribution is there. So I'll name it for a better understanding, sales percentage. I'm taking it over here. Okay. Now this data is there. I want to present it in the format of a chart. We'll discuss then why and how combo chart is being prepared and how this is going to help us in presenting our data effectively. So kindly select your data. And what is the shortcut to plot a graph as we discussed? Right.
Alt F1.
Yes. Very good. Now, the first thing first, as we decided what we should do, going to chart design, taking the last style. This is the first step. What is step 2?
Data labels.
No. Grid lines. Inside the chart, always remove the grid lines. So how to remove the grid lines? Clicking on the plus symbol, remove the grid lines. Okay. Now, once we made it, you can see our chart is ready. Now, just please stay focused on my screen. If you look at our chart, there is a legend called sales INR, and we can make out there is a column chart, sales INR is depicting the values and all. But there is one more legend called sales percentage. Do you see anywhere the sign of them in the entire chart area? This is the trouble. And why this is not showing? Because our sales data, if you look at, this is running in numbers, but sales in percentage, it is running in percentage value. So these are two different formats and cannot be combined with one axis. And this is the reason why we need to create one more axis to the right side of the chart area, naming the same as our secondary axis or Z or Z axis. And in technical terms, we can call this chart as a combo chart, and where our sales data in terms of percentage can be presented in this axis. So why combo chart is necessary, you have understood, correct? So how to get that? Let's see. Now right click anywhere in the chart area, change chart type. You have an option called combo. This is available since 2013 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. You will be finding that, no worries. Sales data, it is showing cluster column. Sales percentage, it is showing line. So sales percentage, whatever it is showing line, instead of that, go to the drop down and choose line with markers. Sales percentage data alone, you change to line with markers. And the moment you click on that, there is a box over here, immediate right, called secondary axis is yet to be selected. So sales percentage, you can select as secondary axis. And the moment you check that box on, click OK, with immediate effect, you can see a beautiful chart turns up. Then how to read this? By the legends. Sales in INR in terms of column chart, Cells in percentage, you can see this is going to show me a secondary axis to the right side and naming it as combo chart. Hope this is clear. This will be very, very helpful, people, in our routine activities. When you have multiple columns data to plot in single graph, we are unable to take a call how to plot them properly so that people can understand what we are trying to convey message over there. So you have to be very selective. You have to be very choosy depending upon the data. Which are the columns I should retain in the primary axis? Which are the column I should retain in a secondary axis so that my chart will not seeming as overloaded with data, and it will be giving a clear picture to the people whomever they are watching my data over there. So any doubt in the combo chart, people, anybody? All right. Now we'll go for our next chart type is called budget versus actuals, or target versus actuals, or planned versus actuals. If this kind of information which is to be presented monthly, quarterly, half yearly, or yearly, how to present it effectively with no time. So in that case, here, let us go and discuss about the data. So we have got a sales data, which is colored yellow. You can delete that. That is for the information that you do not select for your data. So we have got monthly target, and whatever the actuals we got it, that is also populated. Kindly select all these three columns and plot a graph. So as we discussed already, first thing first, select your chart and go for the chart style, the last one, and then plus symbol, remove the grid lines. Then we talk rest, whatever it is. So first do the minimum data formatting. Now, once we have done with this, right click on the chart area, go for change chart type, and then go for combo. You can notice target data, it is showing clustered column. Instead of that, go for the drop down, choose line with markers. From the line category, fourth option, line with markers. Then actuals, it is showing line. Instead of line, go for clustered column. The very first options from that box, clustered column. And then click OK. You can see a beautiful chart turns up, and how people are going to read this. People are going to read by the legends, like the maroon color actuals, it is there over here, and blue color one is the target. So target is over here. So whichever month it exceeds the target, like June month over here, if you see August, September also, and December, and rest of the cases, it is either somewhere close to the target or below to the target, nowhere it is exceeded. So this is how people can make out with immediate options, immediate features we do have, target versus actuals. So any questions in target versus actuals? Now, kindly stay focused on my screen. What I'm trying to say, something very important. Please stay focused. Now, suppose say this is the chart you have presented in the first month of the year. Okay. So the presentation is recurring in nature. Next month also you have to present something like this. And next month when you are going to present the same chart to the people, do you think that it is going to create that kind of wow impact what you have created in the last month? No way, because people have seen this in the last month. So this time when you are going to present it, their expectation has gone already high. So you have to make something different, or you have to present your data differently. So how to do that? Because I don't have any other options except these numbers. Only thing is I can change the numbers in the second month. So I would suggest to make this chart different over here, to present it differently, what you can do, see the beauty. You can select your chart, copy that and keep it below. Just next to the data, select a cell and paste it. Same chart, just copy and paste. Okay. Now consider this one I have presented during the last month. Now this month when I'm going to present it, how to present it differently? Right click on the chart area, change chart type, and there you will see already my target data shows as line with markers, no problem. Actual data, it is showing clustered column. Instead of clustered column, you can go for the drop down arrow and choose also line with markers. And once you made it, click OK with immediate effect. This is also one of your versions for your target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. You can go for it. So sometimes you show like this, and sometimes you can change like this. So people have got something different to see, and they will be happy with your presentation. So this is how the story of our budget versus actuals or plan versus actuals or target versus actuals data, how to present it, we got the understanding. If you have any questions, please ask me.
If we want to highlight the months where the target has been achieved 100% in a different color or anything, how do we do that? Is it going to be manual or is there a way?
You have to go for a formula driven chart. In that case, you have to create additional column. You have to create like using the if formula, and then you have to use it. There is no direct options or ready-made chart. That is the formula driven chart you have to create. So that will be automatically every month, whenever the presentation is recurring in nature, and whenever you change your actual value, automatically that will be highlighted. Like wherever it is less than the target, it should be red. Wherever it is more than the target, it should be green, something like that. Same if condition, nothing else. You have to create the additional column with if conditions. Just try. If it is not happening, you please share some sample data of yours. I'll be helping you. Don't worry. Okay.
Sure.
Right. Now, one more beautiful thing I would like to take you through over here is whenever you are creating the charts, because mostly the dashboards also will be preparing our charts and all. And when the charts are dynamic or every time it keep on changing along with the data, I would suggest not to change the chart title manually all the time. How will I change my chart title? How will I make my chart title dynamic? Let me take you through. See, this is my chart title. Okay. What I'll need to do, you can do it along with me. Go to your same sheet, A1 cell. Keep your cursor in A1 cell. And there you type what exactly you want to fix as a title. Budget versus actuals. Okay. I just typed it. Now, once I complete my typing work in A1 cell, I will come to my chart and over here, I will select the chart title. I will not click inside. I will select the box. And then I'll go to my formula bar. I will just click my formula bar over here and I type equal to, and then I will select my A1 cell. Don't type A1 manually, just click A1 cell and hit enter. That will become your chart title. So tomorrow, suppose you do not like this budget versus actuals, you want to go for planned versus actual. So I can just change it over here, something planned versus actuals. That will become the title. So when you have many more charts, 2, 3 charts you have plotted in one particular worksheet, you can control the title from that. Okay. So this technique will be helpful whenever you create the dashboards and you want to fix the title of the charts over there. So budget versus actuals, target versus actuals. Any doubt? Okay. Now we are going to discuss one of the beautiful chart type is called waterfall. So nowadays, which is mostly people use it. If you see any presentations from your Europeans or Americans counterpart, or if you see any of the big four firms presentations or McKinsey and Co, Bain and Company presentations, you'll be finding this kind of chart the most. Sometimes people call it as a bridge chart, bridge like it looks like a bridge, or sometimes people call it as a staircase diagram, but technically this is called waterfall. And where exactly it is being used? Whenever you have got some variance analysis like positive, negative, you have got some data. Or if you're working with HR, you have got attrition related data where new joinees, exit employees are there, like positive again, negative, you want to showcase. Or if you are working with your financial records, like where you have got the cash flow, where cash outflow is there, inflow is there, both you want to present it. Or if you are presenting your records, sales related data, where the positive growth is there, month and degrowth is there. So all this information, you can present it in the format of a waterfall. And one more area also where you can use waterfall is wherever you have a sequential activities. Suppose say you are having a story of 10 sequence, all this sequence you can create it or present it in a graphical format in your waterfall chart. It will be more clear when you go for small example over here. See, if you look at, we have got a information. Now, suppose say I want to launch a product. I purchased the raw material for that of 50,000 rupees, assume. Now, to bring that raw material, suppose say for that purpose or something other purpose for that particular product, I spent around 1 lakh for the labor expenses. So at this state, anybody ask me how much expenses you have incurred, what will I say? 50,000 plus 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50,000. Now the same when I processed in my plant, I incurred somewhere the cost around 2 lakhs, suppose. So total how much cost we have incurred? 50 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakhs is 3 lakh 50,000. Do you agree? Yes, people. The story of what we are discussing as such, if somebody is asking me how much expenses you have incurred, 50 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakh, that should be my answer. Now, what happens when I import the raw material, my government is giving some tax benefits to take the input credit, or in terms of layman terms, I can call it as a cashback. So from government, I got some refund or cashback from that of 25,000 rupees. Now, what is the total cost? Somebody asked me in the larger picture, he asked me, Pravas, how much expenditure you have incurred so far for this product? 3 lakh 50 minus 25,000, total 3 lakh 25,000. So this is how I will express. I have created a story. I have tabulated the story over there in Excel. Now looking at the same, my boss is asking, Pravas, why don't you plot this data in a graphical format? So when I go and select my data and plot a graph, what kind of information I am getting out of this? Let's have a discussion. Though I plot a column chart, is it giving a relationship from one to another? It's seeming as if 5 different series options are there and 5 different series is populated. But this is belong to one product. Are you getting any kind of information from this chart? Is it showing any kind of relationship from one activity to other? No. So this is the reason why this kind of data, we cannot plot it in a column, line, or bar graph. So what we need to do, right click on the chart area, change chart type. And when I go for this, you'll be finding there is an option called waterfall. One category is available. So please check everyone. Are you getting this waterfall? If you are in 2013, it will not be there. 2016, professional or enterprise versions. 2019, any version. Microsoft Office 365, definitely there. Or 2021, you will be finding. Yeah, Param, this is because of the version. Will be the case if you are not having. Okay, great. Fine then. Lucky you. At least you can get this now. Okay, fine people. So those who are not having because of the version difference, so don't be panic. So now let me take this waterfall and click OK. And if you check now, see the beauty, how this data is going to be expressing the information. So kindly look at my screen. As I was telling you, each and every activity having a connector lines. Can you see that? So this is why people call it as a bridge chart, because each and every activity it is connected. And if you look at, it is seeming as if a staircase kind of diagram. So sometimes people call it as a staircase chart, but technically this is called waterfall. And how it is showing the value or information, if you see, now the material expenses, it is there, and labor, it is just showing on and above the material expenses. So it is nowhere touching the axis. So it is showing the order of my activity or sequence of my activity. So I can say anyone, the first step, I have incurred the expenses towards our material purchase. Then second stage, I incurred the expenses towards labor. So labor will not come into picture unless and until the expenses for material is incurred. So that is why anyhow, I mean, any person who is sitting in the audience side also, he can make out. But technically, this is not yet ready as a waterfall. Reason? If you look at our data, how many activities are there? If you look at how many activities are there, can somebody confirm me? Four activity. Yeah, total cost is not an activity, but this is showing the summation of the value. But what happens? Our chart is taking total cost as a separate activity. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. Now, how to rectify this? See the viewing. Select the total cost activity. You can see all the activities are selected inside the chart area. Again, go for one more time selecting your total cost. So now total cost alone will be selected, and right click on the same. You will be finding an option format data point about to that, set as total. Set as total. If you go and click it with immediate effect, it will just change its direction and it will be reaching to the axis. So what does it mean? It is stating a simple message that my activity starts from material expenses and it ends up with total cost. So this is showing the larger pictures. Like suppose say I have prepared this and my CEO wants to see, Prabhas, what is the status? I can showcase with immediate option by just simply right click on any of the activity, add data labels, and he can have the clear picture. Like the total expenses is of 3,25,000. So you no need to go and see this tabular data. If I've got multiple sections, subsections, day-wise records, month-wise records, year-wise records, whatever it is, the data may be huge, but I can present something like this. So one simple graph, it is showing the entire information. And as we discussed, my data, how it shows the value. So material cost incurred 50 lakhs. On and above, labor is 1 lakh. Is it touching the line of 1 lakh 50? Yes. So 50 plus 1 lakh. Now 50 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakh, 3 lakh 50. Is it touching the line of 3 lakh 50? Yes. So this is how, whenever you have a requirement, you can go for presenting your data in this format. And trust me, people will love to see your presentation. And nowadays, this is what hotcake in the market. People demands a lot about this kind of presentations. They don't want to see the boring, our column graphs, bar graphs, pie graphs, line graphs. These are most common things nowadays. So this is something different, and it gives a greater value towards your data also. So hope what is waterfall, everybody is clear how to present your data, how to read your chart, everything. Any doubt? All right. Now we'll go for our next chart type is called pie chart. Sometimes what it happens, people, from the audience side, people are very particular. Even though you create a beautiful presentations with column, line or bar, they are comfortable only with pie chart. They will be asking or demanding, no, I just want to see a pie chart. So in that case, no need to argue or turn into a discussion over there and justifying your chart is better than your pie chart. So better you just give as the demand. Don't waste your time. But when you want to present it in the format of a pie chart, how to present it effectively? Let's go for it. So select your data, month and sales data we do have, and go to our insert, the chart category, first option over here. If you see, there is a pie section is there. And in this pie, we have an option called 2D pie. 2D pie. And when you go for this 2D pie, the first option from 2D pie is you will be finding over here pie chart is ready. So please confirm everybody has got their pie chart. Insert pie 2D pie. Now, once we have made it over here, the first thing first, as I told you, when you have the chart in place, what we need to do, go into chart design, take the last style. Now, this kind of legends, which is sitting in the bottom, it is not playing any kind of role for the pie chart. So we can select and delete from the keyboard so that that space we can utilize for our chart presentation. And chart title, as we know, the same, we can present it by keeping it in the right side. Then, once we made it, how to make this chart informative? Simple. Right click on any of the pie area and go for add data labels. And when you go for add data labels, you'll be finding some data labels are inside of the pie, some are outside of the pie. So ideally, it looks good whenever you retain your data labels outside of the pie area. So how to bring it? Select one data label first. All the data labels would be in selection, you can see. And right click on the same. You will be having an option format data labels. And when you go for format data labels, a dialog box appears on the right side where you could see label position, it shows by default best fit. Label position, it shows by default best fit. Go for outside end, change this to outside end, and you can notice all of your data labels now, it appears outside of the pie area. Make it bold, Control B. Increase the font size a bit, not extraordinarily large, but increase a bit, 1 or 2 points if it is necessary. Next, pie charts. One thing we have to remember, friends, we cannot ever express our data labels in terms of numbers. We have to go for percentage. So exactly in the same window, you see there is a percentage option we do have. The checkbox is not activated. You can select. And once you select percentage, then value is not required. So you can deactivate values. But mere having the percentage alone is not enough. People may demand which one 3%, which one 6%. Before they ask, give it to them. How? There is a checkbox called category name. It is not selected. If you select, it will automatically populate. But the problem is the data labels are appearing as if two different lines. So technically, to bring into one line over here, what you do is you can simply go for the option called separator. There is an option called over here separator. And there is a drop down as well. So go for the last option over here. And then see the beauty with immediate effect, your data labels will be furnished in proper fashion. So hope this is clear, people, what we did. Any doubt, any queries? So I believe everybody is up to the mark, whatever we have discussed so far, and thus your screen also showing the similar kind of chart, what I'm displaying on my screen. Now, though our chart is ready, now the time has come to make our chart more informative and presenting our chart in the format of a storytelling format. So one thing,
Pi in pi.
Yeah,
Pi in pi.
pi in pi, but why? Why pi in pi is required?
No, here pi in pi will not work, right?
It will not required also. See, pi in
because
pi,
the smaller values
yeah,
can be represented in
yeah,
another pi.
that is what, but it is not required over here. That is required where you need,
Because these are months now.
yeah. So when you have got multiple row items, like 20, 30 cases are there, like I have got 20 salesmen, and I want to showcase first 15 in my primary pie and second 5, whichever having the least contribution or they have just performed well, I want to showcase in a different pie. So there it is going for pi of pi. Pi of pi is not required for this data. I'll tell you what is the missing things. See, in any pie chart, first you identify which month you have got the maximum percentage. So in our case, if you see November 13, May is 16. So May is having the 16 percentage over here. Okay. So ensure that the maximum percentage pie should be aligned in this format. Like top left corner, it should be facing like where November is there. Technically, May month should be appearing there. Why? Reason is being there, I'll tell you. But how to bring that? That is the first question. So to bring May to the month to the place of November, I need to rotate the pie. But how to rotate the pie? See the beauty. Right click anywhere on the pie, you have an option format data series. And there you have to go for the window dialog box which comes from the right. There is a option angle of first slice where there is a marker and there is a bar. So you have to hold this marker and slightly move the about the bar. Automatically, your pie chart will start rotating. See, can you see? So I have to bring this May month exactly facing to the left, our top left corner. Got it. All right. Now close this window box. Once you are able to rotate the pie, you can close this window box. And then what we need to do is select again May month pie. So you can notice that only May month pie alone is in selection. Except that
for rotating the pie, what did you choose?
you have to right click on
Which
the,
option?
you have to go for right click on the pie, format data series. And there, angle of first slice, the marker you have to slightly move over the bar, that marker, and your pie chart will start rotating. And you have to rotate in such a way, the maximum percentage is facing to the top left corner. Hope this is working.
Yes.
Okay. Now, once we have done with this, close this window and select only the May month pie alone. So if you select for the first time, you can notice my all the pies are in selection. The entire pie chart is in selection. So what I need to do, again, I need to select May month. So now only May month pie would be in selection, right? So in that case, now what I need to do, like the way you go to Pizza Hut, you order pizza and you take the slice out. Similarly, you hold your May month pie alone and just drag it a little bit up and see the beauty, what kind of story you are getting, or we are going to convey the message to the audience that out of the entire 12 months, during the month of May, we have got the maximum revenue out of this. Anybody can make out? Right, people? Hope you are getting the same.
Yes,
Right. Now, I'm going to tell you one more beautiful information in the pie chart is here we have got very significant changes and we are able to see all the data labels in proper formatted options. But technically, sometimes what it happens when you do not have many more changes or very mere changes from one pie to another pie, the data labels are going to overlap with each other. And that kind of presentations you must avoid all the time. But you cannot avoid the data labels. You have to furnish them. But how to present it? Showing some leader lines. So how to show the leader lines? What do you mean by leader lines? I'll tell you. See the beauty. Now, suppose say in this case, when I select my data label, please stay focused on my screen. My August and September, if you see, it is overlapping with each other and my presentation doesn't look good. So how to come over from this problem? I'll tell you. I will go and select my September again. Only September month alone is selected. I will hold this and I'll drag this towards right. I have got enough space. Now see beauty. Automatically a line creates over here, the connector lines, or in technical terms, we call it as a leader lines. Similarly, you take August a little bit up, or you can take it away from your pie. So anything you want, you can do it over here. So that's the beauty. Any point of time, if you want to do the labeling of your pie chart, taking the data labels away from the pie area, you can go and present it in this format, and it will be seeming you are using the chart space or plot area properly over there, and people will make out also what you're trying to present it instantly. Hope this is working, people. Leader lines. Because anything remain close to pi, always it will be confusing. People will be unable to read the data. So here, take it a bit up. And trust me, people sometimes what they will feel, they will believe that you have created some manual lines over here. But there is no such things we have done. This is the inbuilt options we do have. Only thing is we have utilized the same. And you showcase something this like this to someone, definitely he'll be very happy. Trust me, especially to your superiors, XYZ, whoever it is, to your management people, to your global leaders, stakeholders, anything. So pie chart, hope we are clear with that. Any doubt, any questions?
Great, Prabhas. Actually, I just wanted to ask one thing, if it is possible.
Okay.
So, like the way we hit F11 and we create a separate chart sheet. So whenever I'm doing it, I'm getting the bar chart. So, is there any way that we can present the same thing in a different chart, different sheet?
So you are getting a bar chart over here.
Yeah.
When you go for a quick like Alt F11 like this, it comes. Okay. So what's your requirement? You tell me again, please.
Yeah. So is there any way that we can get the pie chart, the same chart in a different, or we just need to do the copy paste?
No, you don't need to do the copy paste and all. You can, as I told you, can go for simple change chart type. You can change this.
No, so if you want the same chart which we have prepared, like pie chart, is there any way that we can do that?
No.
The same chart.
No.
All right.
So the default option, see, sometimes what it happens, the default options from the system, it comes as always a column chart. Now, if you want to change, then you have to change the default system format. So I will not suggest to do this, but there is a way, but right now I will not suggest to do it. But there is a way. You can change the default setting to as a column chart or line chart or bar chart, anything you can do as a default format.
Okay. But we can't do that for a certain every time you have
Yes,
to change the default.
yes. Now, go to next sheet, please. This is just for information. We are not going to work anything on this. So sometimes you may come across some people prepare this kind of chart. People call it as a benchmark chart, but there is no separate chart type called benchmark chart. Like waterfall, we do not have a benchmark options. So this is nothing but the other versions of our target versus actuals or budget versus actuals or planned versus actuals. And why people call it as a benchmark chart? Because if you see the target, whatever we have, it is provided in terms of a markers. So this is what nothing but people name it as benchmark chart. So this is nowhere such kind of chart type is there. But yes, if you come across, this is how the chart is actually. Okay. This is just for information. Now coming to the next chart type is called automatic chart. So here we're going to discuss something.
How do we do benchmark chart?
Yes, if you're interested, I can tell you. That's what I was waiting for, that somebody should ask me, I should tell. Well, you can start working with me. Okay, I'll just take this chart somewhere in the bottom. You can select your data. Go for, what are the quick options? Alt F1. Then I told you, first thing first, what I need to do. Anybody?
Select the chart type, then grid lines.
Chart styles. First you change the style. Go into design, take the style, last one. Then go to the grid lines. Very good. And change that. Always follow the same rhythm so that you will not be struggling much in terms of formatting part. And now, I believe everybody is clear with the formatting, what we did. If you are doing along with me, or you can watch my screen, not a problem. Now, once you have done this, right click on the chart area and go for change chart type. When you go for change chart type, you will be getting the combo option as we have explored earlier. Then it is demanding sales data. It is there already in clustered column. Let it be, no need to do any changes in that. Benchmark, it is showing line. Instead of line, go for the benchmark drop down and choose line with markers. And once you choose line with markers with immediate effect, click OK. You will be finding a beautiful chart turns out over here. Okay. Now what you need to do is you can notice in that line some markers are there. These are called markers. Okay. So what you need to do now, keeping the cursor in any of the markers, select one time. All the markers alone will be selected. Can you see?
Yes.
Then right click on one of the marker. Right click on one of the marker. You will be getting an option format data series. When you go for format data series, a dialog box appears where you have the option first icon, fill and line. Within that, line is there and line is showing automatic. Status is showing automatic. Instead, go for no line. From line, you choose no line. So from your chart, all the lines will disappear. This is the step one. Then you can notice In the same box only, next to line 1, marker option remains silent. Marker option remains silent. You can click that. And if you click the marker, exactly below to marker, there is a marker options is there. You can click on that marker options. And you can choose, instead of automatic, go for built-in. And it is showing the type. And if you navigate the type button, you can choose a marker option called hyphen. If you want triangle, you can take triangle. There are various options out there. So I'll be choosing hyphen. So once I choose hyphen over here, size is showing 6. You can make it somewhere between 20 to 25 and hit enter. And you can see a beautiful marker options will be turning up over there in the chart area. So this is nothing but your benchmark chart.
This is not there in 2016, is it?
No. It is nothing to do with the versions. Any versions you can do.
I'm just sharing my screen.
Please do that.
I'm going to marker option.
Below to that, exactly marker options. One bold letter is there, marker options. Yes, click that. There you go for built-in. Type you change first. Type you change to a hyphen. Yeah. Then change your size to 25.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. So I believe this is clear. That is how this benchmark chart is being prepared by our overseas counterparts, American or European countries. People, if you have some clients, they prefer to see this kind of chart. Now, coming to the next, automatic chart. What do you mean by automatic chart? Is it something that I look at the data and I will command Excel plot a graph? Whether Excel is going to recognize my voice and plot a graph, whatever I need? No. Automatic chart is something we'll prepare our chart only once in such a way. Whenever we go and upload our data, my chart will be taken care entirely by Excel. I don't need to go and again bother about that, or I should again spend time or efforts over there to make my chart so elegant. So how to do that? I'll tell you. So we have got 12 months data. Kindly select March to December as I selected and delete. Numbers will be different. Don't be panic for that. Everyone will be having a different set of numbers. Don't be worried about it. Now, rest of things you focus on my screen. Once you delete, just focus on my screen, please. I have got some data. I have got something to compare with. We have got 2 months data. Now, if I go and plot a graph, my graph is ready. No problem. Now, tomorrow, when I complete my business for the month of March, and when I fill my data, do you see the March data is coming up inside the chart area? Do you see anywhere?
No.
Why it is not coming up? Because if you select your chart, you'll realize my data range is not extended up to March. So what we do, we take our mouse pointer and we slightly enhance this range like this. Then only March month data is being populated. Nothing wrong. What we are doing is absolutely fine. But this action is recurring in nature. Every month end, whenever I complete my business, I need to go and extend the range like this. Now, you can ask me a question, Prabhas, what if I go and take an anonymous range like this? It will create unwanted space. So can I tell to my audience when they ask, okay, so the chart is yet to come. Since we have not completed the business, this is there like this. Is this the ideal way? Can we express the data like this?
No, obviously not.
So what is the practice we have? We have to stop it today. Okay. And though it is nothing wrong, whatever we discussed, but we have to stop doing it. How to save our time? See the beauty. Now start working with me. Kindly select your data and go for converting the data into table. So day 2, we discussed a keyboard shortcut to convert any data into table format. What was that? Multi-DB.
Control D.
Very good. Control T, T for Tango, T for table. And the moment you hit enter, you got your data converted into table. And then you plot your graph and do whatever things you have learned from our quick chart sheet. First thing first, going to chart design, take the last style, remove the grid lines, add the data labels, make the colorful changes, then axis scale, reduce the font size, chart title, retain to the right side. So all these things we learned, right? So we have got the same and made our chart ready. Now, once it is ready, please confirm so that I can proceed. So see the beauty. Now you go to your month column, only fill the month. No need to fill the data as such for the time being, only fill the month and see the beauty and changes on the screen. March, April, May, June. Automatically data gets added over here. The chart automatically gets populated with the columns. The columns are embedded with the necessary data labels, and the interval between the columns also getting adjusted automatically, and the uniform pattern is being created. Here the data it automatically takes because there is a formula already embedded in the revenue column ran between. So don't be panic. You have to give your data, literally you have to type it. Excel will not understand automatically. But see the beauty of doing this. And what is the advantage of doing this is, I'll tell you. Suppose any point of time you are presenting your quarterly information, you don't need to showcase the entire data. Just go and filter only for that quarter. And data becomes precise. Unwanted data we are not showing to the people. Unwanted questions are not going to come. And within that limited span of time, whatever we have got it, we are able to present our information successfully. So this is how, when you convert your data into table, we have seen today another advantage of doing the same over here in terms of charts and graphs, how it becomes so dynamic. So this is about our automatic chart. Any doubt, any queries in automatic chart, people? All right, so this is it from our chart side, and that's our end of our Excel training. So any doubt, any queries from day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, anything, you can ask me.
Prabhas, in my laptop, with F1, we have a mute button. So when I press Alt F1, always it takes the mute button. Why is it happening?
Yeah, because that is what your default key combination. So you have to use function Alt F1.
Okay, first function, then Alt, then F1.
No, in any order. First you Alt go for Alt function F1. You have to press together. All these three keys together. Function Alt F1 or Alt function F1, anything.
Okay, and sometimes while selecting the data, when I press Control T, a different row with column is created as the first row, and the headers do not get the required filters. Why does that happen? I mean, what mistake I am committing there?
Can you please show me the screen? In which data?
It is not happening now. Now it is taking correctly. Yesterday I was doing at office, so 100 times it was happening like that.
Okay, maybe the data directions or the data something will be different data set would be in the order, like you have got multiple data sets having the connectivity. Could be the case. There is no blank columns in between, and it would be trying to select any merge cells also would be there. Could be the case. So there are different reasons behind it.
Merge cells might be there.
Yeah, you have to check that.
Okay.
Yes, people. Hope the session was informative.
And spider chart also. Can you tell us spider chart? What is spider chart?
Spider chart, see, first of all, spider chart, why it is needed? Like again, it is nothing but a different versus some, like if you are presenting multiple variables. Okay. Now in pie chart, what we are getting is separate pie. But here, what we are going to do, we can get it with different spider web, like different webs. From the inner core to the outer wall, we'll be taking the value. Lowest to highest or highest to lowest. If you want to present it, you can go for it. So that's again the same data. You can use it as a spider chart. I will tell you over here. So this is the data I have. I can go for insert, or I can take this. I'll maintain it over here. I'll go for right click, change chart type, and we can go for. Okay. So this is called your spider chart. So starting from 0, the scale maximum 9,000. So value from minimum to max, it is fetching the scale. Now you have to connecting this, like how you have to connect, how to read this over here. Like take an example. Jan month. Jan month is this is what it is showing. This is the starting from the scale. Okay, so Jan month, what is the value? 4484. So Jan month, when you talk about between, it is coming up over here, this value, Jan month. So you have to map this over here. Now, Feb 8370. So from 8 to 9, this is the wave 8 to 9 scaling. So this is Feb. March 3492. So between 3 to 4. So 3492. This is March from this wave. So this is how you have to read it.
Okay. But with the months data, this is not relevant. When the variables are entirely different, then I guess it's more relevant.
Yeah, that is what it depends. That's what I told you. Depending upon the data, right selection of your chart is very, very essential. So for the time being, you asked me what is radar chart. I mean, there is no spider web chart. This is called radar chart.
Okay.
So radar chart, people name it as spider chart because it seems like a spider web, and this is looking like that. That's why people name it. Like waterfall, people name it as bridge chart. Some people call it as a staircase chart, but there is no such kind of chart type in the chart family. All right. So any other doubts or queries, people? Anybody?
Not for now, Prakash.
Okay, great. So keep practicing. If you have any queries, I'm there to support. Don't worry. So I'm leaving my email ID, so you can drop your queries to this email. This is under my supervision, and definitely you'll be getting the reply. Don't worry. But give me at least 1 or 2 days time, depending upon the complexity of the situation. I will definitely respond to your mails. So when you are sending your queries, I request you drop me along with some sample data, so that we can be of equal page of understanding what exactly the need and what is the heck over there and where you are struggling, and I'll be giving the best options for that. Don't worry. So keep practicing. Practice is very, very essential, people, and whatever you have learned in day 3 and day 4, that too exclusively, it is going to be beneficial and a prerequisite for your Power BI training. So if you are having a plan or you are going to learn further, even you want to reach to the new height of your learning pyramid or learning column, whatever it is, you should practice thorough it.
Prabhas, need 5 minutes at the end.
No problem, no problem, no problem. First, let me see if there is no query, we can directly go for your options. Yes, any other questions from anybody, people? So if you do not have any queries, shall we call it as a day? Or if you have queries, we'll discuss one by one. No problem.
So Prabhas, thank you very much for such a wonderful session.
Yep.
So it has been very smooth, and right now as I cannot find any queries and all, but as I'll be on the go and start working on it in a full-fledged manner, maybe there'll be something coming up and I'll try and connect with you that time. So just please bear with us for that time.
Sure, Dharmin, no problem. You can mark my words. When I've committed, definitely you will be getting the response and you'll be getting the helping hand for your queries. Don't worry about it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It has been a great session.
Thank you so
very much from myself and from the entire participants as well.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prabhas.
Yeah, thanks, Param.
Prabhas, you had suggested that you will share that pre-test, post-test format and all, a comprehensive sheet. So is that the sheet which you shared on WhatsApp?
No. Then you have not gone through at all. See, WhatsApp, I shared the statistical formulas, functions like F-test, Z-test, like how to do ANOVA test and all those things. You were doing the statistical analysis. You were asking me the question. So I sent you a material. Like this is a dummies for the statistical calculations. You can go through that and those tests you can do it at your end also. So the
data consolidation one you are talking.
No. WhatsApp, I have sent you the query what you asked me regarding the statistical analysis. For that, I have shared you. The rest of things I have sent you over email regarding the practice sheets. I have already shared.
That's why I'm getting confused.
Okay, what
on
is
day
your
one,
confusion point?
you had promised that you will share some post-test, pre-test, and some. You had shown some sheet at the end of the class, right?
Pre and post test, that was your requirement, that in your case you are looking for that to find the effectiveness of your training or whatever seminar webinar. You asked me for that. I suggested this kind of things you can create it and I will be sharing to you. I told you, not for the entire people, that is not needed for them.
Okay.
Yeah. So that I am also now, I am not withdrawing my statement. I'll be definitely sending you that across. Don't worry. So that is completely separate from our subject matter. So that was your personal requirement, and definitely I'll be sharing that. You can customize it according to your need. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, people. Any other needs or any other queries you have before I proceed to answer Sirisa's any kind of queries? All right then. So if you do not have queries, so it was really nice interacting with you guys. So thanks a lot for patient hearing and watching me for 4 days. I know I have killed your entire weekends, but trust me, this will be a fruitful investment of your time. You are going to get a lot of benefits out of this. So I'm always there to support you. Don't worry about it. So I request one thing only, if your corporates or any of your friends, colleagues, they are looking for the training program, definitely you can recommend our training. And that will be much appreciated by us. And you'll be getting the recordings as usual, as I told you, by maximum by tonight 9 p.m. and along with some soft copies of the reference manuals. So if you're interested for further training programs, you can very well reach to us because we have got PowerPoint, Excel VBA and Power BI also going on. So anytime when you are ready, because every month or Power BI we conduct only once in 2 months. So depending upon the calendar availability and if you have the willingness to learn, very well come back to us. No issues. We are there to support.
Yeah, because I guess that was my next query. So do you think, I have been practicing on Excel, so I really want to attend that Power BI session. So do we have any batches available in the month of
June? We do not have. We have July coming up. Because why we do not conduct any program in June, since May month and this month only we have completed one batch, because we give priority to our people, like the people who have enrolled for Excel, we give the first priority to them and they need some time to practice well. And I want people should practice well and be ready for Power BI. So when we go for Power BI, they should not again fumble around like, what is this actually? I did not understand. What is this measure? What is this formula like this? And how to get this, why this field has taken over here. Like all these prerequisites, what we have fulfilled in our Excel training, that's going to help you there to understand the things better. So you can grasp the subject matter easily. That is the reason why I make it mandatory. And once in 2 months only, we conduct one program. So when people will be ready, okay, Prabhas, I'm ready. When is the next batch? Like as you said. So next batch is on the month of July. So June month entirely, you take it, taking the different live data scenarios from your workplace. You play around. And once you're ready, then you can come back to us.
Okay, actually that is the next level, but I guess you also have a batch for Excel VBA and macro.
Yeah, Excel
Right,
VBA macro, you can learn at any point of time. Again, we recommend once you are thorough with Excel, go for Excel VBA, because when you go for Excel VBA, we do not touch anything in Excel. We'll be dealing with complete coding part. So that will be again once in 2 months only. So you can opt a course. Like in the month of July, we have got Excel VBA as well as Power BI. So that is nothing to do with our Excel VBA. Like if you learn Excel VBA, then only you can do Power BI. Once you learn Excel, you have got 2 wings. Either you can go for Power BI or you can go for Excel VBA. Depends on your need.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess next month I have seen that WhatsApp status wherein you have that Excel.
We had a plan, but the thing is, there's some other corporate programs coming up in the weekends. I mean, some BPO industries, they are planning to have this one. They requested us, so we thought better to skip this time and we'll go for July month some programs.
So the same way I'll contact you.
No problem. Same way. So the one contact point, Nivedita. She's all the time available to give the information, and any technical discussions you can have my number also. It is there already. You can get in touch with me. No problem.
Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. Have a nice time. Great day, people. So, Sirisha, you can ask your question. No problem.
Yeah, I have some data actually.
Okay.
I want your help to sort out that data.
No problem. No problem. Yes, people. So if you do not have any queries, you can leave the meeting room. It's up to you. If you want to stay back, you can. Else, if you have any other commitments, please go and carry forward with that. I don't mind.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you, Satish.
Thank you, Prabha.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you, Prabha.
Welcome.
I would like to stay.
Yeah. No
I
problem.
have a lot of data.
Okay. Sirisha, if you do not have any issues in showcasing your data, you can.
Yeah. I'm sharing my screen.
Please do that.
So, is my screen visible?
Not yet, Sirisha.
Not yet. Okay, share. Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's getting loaded.
Yeah. So, firstly, the date format. If you see the date format, when I was trying to change